Hello, here we are, guys. Let's get to it. Let's get to it right there. Let's take the banner down. Where's that banner? We got banners right there. Hide the banner. Get rid of that. I'm going to change the background a little bit just in case, but this is our background for the show right there. That was up there. I use the thumbnail typically, so I'm going to go over here and drop this one, my default. Go back to the comments for a minute. Let's start the show. Hello, everybody. Saturday, 14205. What are we? Yes, 14202. All right, let's stop the music. DJ, can you cut that music, DJ? Here's the music right here. DJ, can you cut that music, please? All right. Now, right now, hit it, bang. DJ, cut it now. The music is off. It's us. It's me and you. Let's have a little conversation. Yeah, let me get rid of this because I don't like this. I do not like this. I don't like any distractions on the screen. So I go minimal, bring it back over there. And now we are live. All right, here we go. Let's talk. All right, guys. I was recording something while I was doing that. Let me pour my coffee. Let me settle in. Let's get things together over here. I got some wonderful coffee today. Wonderful coffee today, guys. I dropped a lot of links up there. I would appreciate if you all have gone to the top and hit subscribe. I don't recommend a lot of channels. The ones that I do recommend, I feel that they are of quality content. Who am I to judge what a quality content show is? Well, I think I'm a good judge. So I dropped a few of your channels: James Simpson, Todd Father, ALV, Jimenez channel, Sharing with Shannon, Surviving Together, Osada, Dindu, Mob Facts, Billy Luna. The list goes on, but there's a lot of links up top. I would appreciate if you guys would go sub up to these people. Okay? All right. Here we go. Let's get into this. We are just about showtime, guys. We're coming up on 7 a.m. We do have a topic today, guys. Mob Rat as a co-host. Okay? Hello, Martha. Wow. We got some new coffee today. I want to thank Gina for sending me some coffee. Gina sent me some Pete's coffee, and I do appreciate it. It's decaf. My first cup is regular. I must have a regular cup as soon as I start the day. But nice dark roast decaf, Pete's. So thank you, Gina D, for sending me that coffee. I got an Amazon drop the other day. That's a wonderful thing. When people send stuff to you or do things for you, it's a nice thing. Okay, our topic today. We got some bullet points. We're gonna jump onto this topic for a little bit. I bought a new brand and flavor, banana nut bread. Oh my Lord, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do banana nut bread, but I do love banana nut bread. I will tell you that. But I don't like the bananas. See, to make banana bread and banana muffins, they're wonderful. But I can't eat a banana once it has a little bit of a brown spot on it. It's got to be clear yellow right there. The whole banana has to be one color, clean, no brown spots. I cannot do it. I will not do it. The best banana muffins I know are made with almost rotten bananas. But I just can't do it. I just can't do it. You feel me? Don Mick, you understand what I'm saying? Don't ever come in here and ask, what did you miss? You be on time or go in the bathroom. You understand me? Don't ever come in here and say, what's going on? What did I miss? Don't ever do that here. So I cannot use a banana. They're done after that. They're done after that. So don't come in here asking what's going on and what did I miss. Do you think I remember what I said 5 minutes ago? Do you? Let me welcome everybody, and then we're going to get into our topic. NJ Wise Guy, buongiorno. Good morning, Rich. Toro, Martha Fowler, hello, Delilah. Okay, Magic of Healing, Jimena, Surviving Together, Don Mick. Toro's again right up there. Mike D, hello, Mikey Mikes. Joe Town, what's up, cuz? Osada Treats. Feel good today, guys. I feel good today. Simpsons right there. All right. All right. All right. Yes, the judge is there, but the judge had to leave. Yes. All right. Good stuff. You need your super wrenches and they don't show up. Hello there, CG2. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Hello, Zelda. A pleasure to have you this morning. You give people super wrenches and they don't even show up to your shows. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what goes on in this fucking cesspool. I got to tell you. I cannot imagine what I see here. Super wrenches, you need them. They don't come around. All right, let's go. What do we got here right now? Well, we are going to use the introduction. We got to use the introduction because we do have a topic. If we didn't have a topic, we wouldn't use them. All right. We're getting into Mafia Rat. Mafia Rat. Mob, stool pigeon, rat bastards. Can you co-host with these guys? Can you do it? Can you do it? Let's break that down a little bit. Let's go. Let's talk about this.
It's the Tommy Stigs Show in 3, 2, 1.
All right, the coffee is poured, the juice is flowing, everything is good. Hello, Pietro. Pietro is hello. Good morning to you, sir. All right, let's get into this little conversation. Can you do it? Can you co-host? Can you be on a show with a Mafia rat? Can you do it? Some can do it. Some cannot do it. Is there benefits to it? Pros, cons. What do you think? What do you think, DARPA? Can you co-host with a mob rat? James Simpson, would you do it? CG2, can you do it? Pete Rizzolo, what would it be like if you came to Tommy Stigs' show and he had a mob informant up on the panel? Hello there, Danny Saratoga. I dropped your link up above. Hopefully you get some subs. What would it be like if you came to Tommy Stigs' show and you saw me up here with a mob rat informant doing a program? Would you say, he's dipping into show business? He's trying to be something? Or what? I ask you, the regular people, would you be comfortable on the panel? Would you be comfortable on screen because you want to be a content creator, a journalist? Can you do it? Can you sit across from that individual and just think positive about that man that's across from you that betrayed someone that they called a brother? You see what you're doing. You see who's across from you. They gotta be thinking in their brains, I would never do it. I could never do it. But the people that do it, now surviving together, I have to ask you, you're as far removed from this type of life that I'm talking about than anybody I know. Based on what I know from the YouTube world. Based on what I know from the YouTube world surviving together. Okay? This is the street world I'm talking about. Can you, a wonderful woman, good things, can you sit across from somebody that you know betrayed what they called their brother? Can you do something like that? It's all hypothetical, of course. Can you do something like that? Just curious. Hold on, Danny. For YouTube growth, for YouTube fame, I don't think you can. I don't think I don't think the regular man can do it. Yes. That's a whole different situation. Okay, a man couldn't do it. Wow. I know you don't even associate with non-union iron workers. I can't. James, things just sparked my brain. I don't know. Things just come to my head and I make a show out of it, James. That's my superpower or the lack thereof. Wait, Tommy. Are you grilling this guy for putting his friends away? And I know. Oh my God. Right. So I'm just trying to get it from people that have a different way of living. A different way of living. Tora, I want to get back to that. I want to get back to that comment that you dropped there. You need to stay true to yourself and values. Loyalty. So it's a human being thing. Am I right? Am I right? Delilah, where's your comment? Hold on. Never compromise your values for YouTube fame. Beautiful. See, this is what I love about you guys, man. This is why I know I got the best social club crew around. So yeah. Okay, let me go back up to Toro for a little bit because as you do know, this is interactive over here. I'm a big fan of Patrick Bet-David and he interviews rats. In my mind, he's a top-notch interviewer. I don't have an issue with him. Don't forget, he's a civilian businessman. Toro, that is the number one comment. The point of view that I was looking for is right there. Thank you for a great comment. Well, most people I feel wouldn't like being near prolific criminals and murderers, but if they got past that, I think we all know there's something. Now, listen. You got a Diane Sawyer, all right? You got a Patrick Bet-David, right? You got these guys, Oh, I just for you to grow up. No, I could not. You see? You see, so I got people. Patrick is about business. I get it, Mike D. Understand. I understand. Okay, so here is my purpose here. Surviving Together. James Simpson, Danny Saratoga, Il Toro, Martha Fowler, Mike D. We're all from different walks of life, so to speak. But we all know about that rat thing, that breakdown of humanity. Now, some people use the argument, if you were facing 50 years, but you would rat, stop. Just fucking stop. Just stop with that argument. I'm not hearing that argument. I apologize. I'm not hearing it. It's not about the 50 years because you went into this life knowing full well. And Pete, you're here. We have seen it in our own backyard. We have seen drunk situations in our own backyard, so to speak. These guys knew. They knew what's going along with it. So I don't know. You wouldn't be able, right? You wouldn't be able to do it, CG2. It would show on your face. No one likes a tattletale. When you do something for clicks and fame that goes against your values, you just compromise your integrity. That's a great comment, and I will tell you this. The magic of healing Jimena, that wears out. It goes away. And that rat is only using you to get his name out there. Good comment. Nadu brings that up all the time to attach Snuff. Snuff didn't hurt anybody. He just yells a lot. Isn't a great speller. He's authentic. He's sincere. Stop. You go into a life and take an oath. You know what you signed up for. Just because it doesn't turn out the way you were. No excuse. You take the bullet. Yes, of course. 100%. You know full well you went to take the bullet. Now, I'm not talking about the rat bastard disgraziato animals. I'm talking about YouTubers. I'm talking about trying to get YouTube growth, YouTube fame. Cheech, you are what you associate with. How many actually hosts actually grill the rat? Nothing, Mick. Nothing. They don't push them. So here's my thing. You're selling your soul, so to speak. Now, these are metagons typically. They're not. None of the co-hosts of a mob rat is Italiano. Okay? None of them are Italiano. The only one that's Italiano is Chaz Palminteri, who platforms Michael Francis. He's the only neighborhood guy that has done this, Chaz Palminteri. Okay? So he's a rat bastard, so to speak. But it's going to go. So that's going to run its course. You made your bed, now you're laying it. So now as a YouTuber, that's going to run its course. And you compromise your integrity as a man. Listen, these guys can go into any bar and ask. Yeah. Ralph Natal got a little bit. He got a little bit. You're right. He did by that other guy. Yeah. Now that other guy that interviewed Mikey Scabs, he's just a journalist. He has that's big screen TV. Yeah, it's not even about the life. It's about integrity. It's about integrity. Yeah. Yes. Toro, yes. Okay. It's about integrity. Now, if you're Diane Sawyers, whatever her name is, and you work for 60 Minutes, and that's your job, a true journalist, that's what you do, because 1 week you're going to have Triple H from the wrestling world, right? Right. The next week you're going to have the President on. The next week you're going to have some bum from the street on. And the next week you're going to have a mob rat on. I get it. That's business. I get that part. And that's a good point that you make with Patrick Bet-David. It's a business. And I don't have a problem with it. I'd rather see I'll watch Patrick Bet-David do it. That's what Patrick Bet-David does. Okay? So they're opportunists. They don't ask the hardball questions. They pussyfoot around it. I got to be honest with you. It ain't worth it. Toro, in my opinion, it ain't worth it. Yeah, it was horrible. Horrendous. Delilah, it was horrendous. The worst yet. The worst yet. Sorry. You brought it up, so I answered the question. But Delilah, in my honest opinion, it was horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. But I compliment when the compliments are there. You'll see me compliment on the show. And then I won't put the negative. I'll never. Here I am, Delilah's. I'll never leave a negative comment. I don't do that. I never would do that. Just like at a restaurant, I'll never leave a negative comment. I won't do it. I will never go to the Yelps and add it. But when it's good, I'll leave a good comment. When it's bad, I leave it alone. That's just my way of doing things. Exactly. I have walked away from situations in this YouTube world. We're promising for growth. We're against everything I believe in. Damn, so you just move away and you do your thing. Which guy? Patrick Bet-David's good, but Patrick Bet-David is from where? Armenia or some shit? He's just a journalist. Patrick Bet-David is what he does. So I'll watch him because that's true. Because if it was on ABC, I would watch it. Yeah, he doesn't do mob stuff. That's only small things for him. He's great. He's great at what he does. He's a gazillionaire off this thing. God bless him. He's an entrepreneur. He started off with a tough life. So I will give Patrick Bet-David, yes. I'm talking about the co-host. Is it Armenia? Or some shit. I don't know what he is. I don't know where he's from. Stigs, you are the heart and soul of our great country. I don't know about that. But that was a quick topic. Yeah. Yep. So that's where we're at. That was the topic. I really wanted to touch on it. And I wanted to know, can you do it? I will not do it. I can't. No matter what the money is. No matter what if by some chance I got on a show, if I lost my marbles, lost my brains, and I got on a show, I'm going full on, head right in, straight. I'm going right to it, CG2. I'm going right in, heavy, right off the bat. That's me. But that's me. I couldn't look the rat in the face. Yeah. Right. Oh, Iranian. Okay. And he's the most diverse content creators. He only cares about mob stuff because you can learn great business. Yes. Danny, wonderful comment. You see, that's from an educated young man right there. You see that comment right there? That's because that's an educated young man right there. My Puerto Rican paisano right there. That's why. Okay? Yes. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, he's making a business. He's a gazillionaire. I was born. It makes me break the video saying he's like a number 2 guy. Yeah, Rich. Yeah, right, Toro. That was a good comment. Yeah. All right, good. Good conversation on that. So the consensus of this group is kind of like, no, I can never do it. Hello, Philly Bob. I can never do it. That's why the Chicklets pick guys like Nadeau and James Proctor and Lee Cole. They don't know. They don't have the same, they don't have it. They just don't have it. So they pick the James Proctors of the world, the Nadeaus of the world, because they can fool them. They can own them. They can boss them around, right? They can, but yes, they can. They can tell you they won't, but Lee's tough. You can't boss Lee around. Lee's pretty tough. I'll give Lee a little tough on that. He don't give a fuck. He'll tell you go fuck yourself. Yeah, we're amongst like-minded people over here, Magic of Healing, and I'm due found you. Yeah, right. And they'll get controlled, right? You see, that's what's good. When Joey comes up here, when Joey Merlino comes on this show, we just talk like neighborhood guys. Nick M., we just talk like regular guys. The big sit down with Joey Merlino. It ain't going to happen. And he's not going to get on the show and talk mob stuff. It's not going to happen. He's not going to give you his life story. It's not going to happen. You get bits and pieces from Snuff, from him and Snuff's show. But that's it. That's it. So there you are. There you are. That was the topic. That was the topic for the kickoff of the show today. That's it. After football season, we'll get everything back to normal, James. After football season, we'll get a few guests back on. We got a few things lined up, so yeah. Yeah. Wait, James, what? James, Tommy, wait. That's a pretty accurate description, James, and didn't need, but where? I missed James' comment. Okay. Exactly. You see, he thought he was his boss. That's a great comment, James Simpson. That's a great comment. Because he thought he owned him. Snuff's the best. Love that kid. Love him. Love him. That's a good comment, James. That's right. See, they think they can. See, here's the thing. They got a control thing. The former bullshit with that word. I'll down go with the word former. Not former mob guys. The mob rats, the mafia guys, think they can control the. So he thought he owned Patrick Bet-David. Who the fuck are you, Sammy? Get the fuck out of here. He has to check with you. He made it sound like he didn't check with him, right? Get the fuck out of here. Got to be a jerk off. Oh, lemon water. All right, that topic is over. We're going to end that topic right there. Let me know what you think. Can you ever do it? Can you ever do it? Why? Why not? What good is it? The YouTube guys are not journalists. They can say it all they want. There's a couple of YouTube guys that are professionals, and that would be OG Podcast. You can't take it away. Bernstein has written books. He is a business. It's a business to him. You can't. He is the only YouTube journalist in this thing, right? You can go backwards to Jeff Canarsie, who started this mob rat thing, and now is losing steam and wants to collaborate with other online self-proclaimed journalists. They need collaboration because it's dying. It's dying. So Jeff Canarsie started that mob rat aspect. He was fucking great at it 10, 12 years ago. Don't know what happened now. Don't know what direction he's going. Again, not a non-Italian. So he's not going to get welcomed in. That sounds mafia-ish, but it is true. He's not going to get welcomed in. Jeff Nadeau is not going to get welcomed in. Bernstein is a professional. He's written books, not welcomed in, and doesn't give a fuck. James Proctor, welcome in by whatever, not good. You follow me? You follow me on this? You get my drift over here? You see how they're not picking Italianos, right? Ask anybody. You go ask the butcher, the baker, or the candlestick maker this question. This question. And you see. And you see. Nothing happened to Jeff Canarsie, but it's dying out. It's dying out. It's dead. It's dead. You know, they don't have the online personality. Remember, they don't have the delivery also. They don't have the delivery. Right? So it's lost. Something is lost. There are people that can deliver any topic and make it stick. They can't. Jeff Canarsie used to rant and rage about the rats. He was good at it. He was the only one, the only game in town. And then you got these people that, if they were journalists, I'm going to say it one more time. We're going to end it at this, Bill C. If they were journalists, they would be hired. Like George Anastasia, okay? He's a journalist. Jerry Capici. He worked for the newspapers, okay? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But the non-Italians, they ain't going to pull it off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And this is about a man, an honor, and even women say it. There's even women here saying, basically, they're not saying it, but you've got to be a fucking animal to co-host with these guys. Basically, it's what they're saying. You got to be a fucking animal. I just can't do it. Even the women, right? Even though, listen, their families hate them. They hate themselves. You can see it. They hate themselves. You can see the deflection. You could just see it. They fucking hate themselves because they hated what they became before. Now, all of a sudden, so you could see the disdain. And you can also see when they talk about people that never bothered them. That never bothered them. They put out embarrassing content about former individuals, about their former friends. That had nothing to do with them. They come up here, embarrass them, talk about, I remember when this one was snorting coke, this one was with his gulmata, this one had a situation. They tell stories about people that are embarrassing fucking stories. How do they sleep at night? I don't think they do. I personally think CG2, the world would be better off without them. I truly do. They do hate themselves. Can you see it, Nick M? Can you see it? The deflection tells you a lot. The speaking of people that they did stuff with 10 years ago comes up. Why are you embarrassing people? Why? Why are you embarrassing people? Because that's all you got. Because it's burning at their souls. That topic is done. We're going to move along. If I make an edited video, you will be ending it. It will be ending right now. And I would ask politely, if you don't mind, this is what helps the channel grow. Remember, I self-promote. I'm the one-man band over here. I'm trying to grow this thing slow and steady from the bottom up, one subscriber at a time. If you're seeing this right now, I would appreciate a comment, maybe a like, if you'd like. Maybe a like if you like. Maybe a subscription if you'd like. Just hit the subscribe button. Stay around. We do a lot of different things over here. This is not a mob channel. We do different things every day. That topic is over. We're going into another live segment right here. I'm going to chill and chat with the crew, talk about some other things. And that's where we're at. So thank you so much for stopping by. As I always say, your presence is a present. Tommy Stigs, wishing you well. Ciao. Now, before I go, your loyalty, your integrity above everything else. Money, power, fame, integrity is number one. Once you lose your integrity, it's over. Ciao. Hey, ho, way, oh. All right, we got a couple of bullet points we're going to run down here. We got a couple of clips we're going to show. Yeah, we got a couple of clips we're going to show. And continue the show. We got bullet points here I got to get into. I may be going to the Italian channel this morning with my friend Pasquale and the Unico president. They're going on live at 10 a.m. on the radio, so I may be heading over to the radio station in a little while. I got to see if I can do it. I got to see if I'm going to do it or not. Waiting for my friend to text me. I got to see. Yep. Yes. Okay. Where are we? Where is this thing? Where is this thing right here? Well. Wait. Where is it? Where is that thing? Okay. All right. Give me 5. I'm coming back. Give me 5, guys. Give me 5. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hold on a minute. Let's go here. Give me a second. All right, guys? I'll be right back. Daydream for a minute. All right? Daydream for a minute. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in. We got a plumber here. They're trying to what do you call it? How do you say it? DJ, cut the music. Cut that music. Come on. They're trying to they're hold on. Let me check some comments here. They are they're fixing some stuff upstairs because one of the tenants moved out. They got a plumber coming in. I got a leak in my bathroom. I want them to take a look at it. In the shower, I mean. Yeah. All right. What did I miss here? Yeah. Did I miss anything? All right. I can't catch up. 40 people here. Steady. Wow. Loving the 40 people steady. You guys have been absolutely incredible with the support. With the super chats and all that stuff, you guys, Cash Apps, Venmos, I do appreciate it. You guys, we had a good month over here, so I do appreciate it. That was an hour ago. There, Mob Rat Hunter. Yes. All right, let's get into some bullet points now. Let's go down the line with some bullet points. Are you ready? Can we rock and roll and do some bullet points, huh? See no evil. You ready to do some bullet points? Are we going to go? What are we going to do? All right, let's run down here. Let's run down. Let's do a couple of bullet points. And then we'll get out of here. Maybe. I got some things I might want to show. I got to see. Let's roll avant-garde. All right, let's do it. Do we play the intro? Mom, Brad Hunter, do we play the intro again? No, we don't. No, we're not. Ma Brad Hunter, I absolutely love that name. I can't. What a name that is. What a name that is. It's the best. It is a good name. Yep. All right. So let's go. What are we doing over here? All right. Let's go down the line here. Let's go down the line here. Let's hit the let's do it. Let's hit the let's do it. Look, fuck it. You know what? I want to do it because I can do it. I want to do it because, like, if you don't like it, cover your ears. Here we go. The bullet points start right now. 142025. Shut up. The introductory is coming up right now.
It's the Tommy Stigs Show in 3, 2, 1.
Two, one, run. All right, there you go. Welcome to the bullet points, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go right down the line over here on this Saturday morning, 142025. Some people hate it, some people love it. Avatangul. If you like me, you'll hang around for the 37 seconds. The wiretap guys over there, they made this for us. We're going to use it, Rich. Okay, here we go. Decaf coffee and wineless wine. What the fuck is going on? What is going on there, Cheech? Diaper, what happened? So I hear 2024 alcohol consumption was down. Interesting fact that I don't know about. Don't fact check me. I just run these things off. Please don't fact check me. I just run them off. So apparently 2024, go check your Googles. Alcohol consumption was down. Wineless wine is on the upswing. What they are doing, they said, don't call it grape juice. We're making wine. We're making wine. We're going through the whole process, and then we're pulling the alcohol out. I don't see how it's possible. I don't understand it. Don't call it grape juice. It's wine with the alcohol taken out. I don't know. They're not calling it grape juice. They're saying, don't call us grape juice. We are wine. I don't know how they're removing the alcohol. I don't know how they're removing the alcohol. I don't know. But anyway, decaf coffee and wineless wine. Two mysteries in the world. Now, like I said, Gina sent me some wonderful decaf coffee. She sent me some wonderful decaf coffee, and it's working out pretty well. Thank you, Gina D. I appreciate that. So wineless wine and decaf coffee, number one. GoFundMe. Is this a scam? A lady out there, way out there, listen to me. CG2, check this one out, DARPA. Toro, listen to this one, Nick. Oh my God. Cheech, you're going to die. I swear, you're going to crack up. You're going to die. Forget about it. She put the eye drops in her eyes. Nick M. Joe Town, she put the eye drops in her eyes, but it was crazy glue. Market Gatsify. No. Okay. We got let's rewind here. Let's analyze this a little bit. Let's do a little analysis of the situation, CG2. Okay? Let's do a little analysis, Martha Fowler. We got to put an analysis on this. Okay, you say the poor lady, Delilah. I got you. I got you with the poor lady comment. I understand. I get this. Oh my God, I heard it on the news, the poor lady. Now let's get into this little bit here. No, I'm not, listen, I'm not, am I insinuating? No, I'm just speaking. She's a money issue individual. So if you do some research on the topic of putting crazy glue in your eyes, what jerk off does investigations on crazy glue? Who does this? Okay, crazy glue in the eyes. Listen to me. They put it in. They put it in. Again, with the intro comment. I'm not crazy about yours. I don't say anything. Shut up, you. Shut up. I don't like your intro. I think it's a little weird. It's too long. I don't say anything. Mine's 37 seconds. It's in and out. Shut up. So how do they do it? So Nick M., a little investigation work says 5 weeks. 5 weeks and your eye will open up from the crazy glue. You can have some damage to the eyeball. Tony. Brian Cavorcier. I don't know. You can have some damage to the eyeball. But it will open up in 5 weeks. Now, she put the crazy glue. I don't think she put it in both eyes. I think she put it in one eye. And now there's a GoFundMe. Listen. I'm not saying that this is what happened. I am saying people are capable of doing things like this. I am saying people are capable of doing things. So the GoFundMe has been set up for the one-eyed lady. Would you go blind in one eye to try to raise $1 million? I don't know. Not me. Would you go blind in one eye for $1 million? Tell me, yes or no. Give me a thumbs up. One eye blind for $1 million. I need a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Pay attention. Stop worrying about my intro. Fix yours first. Yes or no. Would you do it? Yes or no? One eye blind for $1 million. No way. No way. Wow. Tony's in for $1 million. Nick M will do it for $1 million. What? Oh my God. Well, that's a little suspicion. Joetown Jack's a big no. When I drink, I only use one eye anyway. Oh my God, Tony. Well, don't criticize us short bus passengers. Remember, I'm a window licker. You know, see no evil. I'm a short bus window licker, booger eating spaz. You know that. Fucking nuts, right? So let's not criticize those short bus window lickers. So I don't know. That's no. It's mostly no. Can't see anyway. You can't see anyway. These guys are crazy. So I don't know. I don't know. So anyway, we don't know what the story is, guys. The magic of healing. We don't know what the story is, guys. I don't know. Okay, let's go to the movie theater. Let's go into the movie theater, okay? What did I see the last time? What was my last couple of movies I saw? The horrendous Gotti movie with John Travolta I saw in the theater. Horrible. Gotti movie with Travolta, the worst movie you'll ever see. It got a 0. It got no rating. So it's not just me. The world says the movie was the worst movie ever made. Okay? Listen, and I'm friendly with Kevin. But they ruined him on that movie set. They ruined Kevin Connolly on that movie set. They destroyed him. Don't ask me. I fucking know. All right? You want to challenge me? I know what goes on. They ruined Kevin Connolly on that movie set. Okay, so Cinemark. Cinemark is, it got a 0 rating. Go look at it. Not even rateable. And then I saw The Many Saints of Newark by myself. Yeah, I go to movies by myself. I go eat by myself. You think I give a fuck? Why? You can't go have a slice of our beats alone? You got to be a real insecure individual if you can't go to the movie alone and go eat something alone. You got to be a real insecure individual if you don't have the confidence enough to go sit there alone. I'm sorry. I'm going to criticize you right now. If this is you, fix it. If this is you, fix it. A man that walks alone has nothing to worry about. Never. Being in a prison. Don't bunk with anybody. Request to be alone. The alone man goes much further. I don't need 10 people to have lunch with, although I do it because I have a lot of friends, but I have no issue going to the movies alone. No issue ever. But this is a topic. Cinemark is giving out free popcorn. Free popcorn. Wait, what? They're giving out free popcorn. But you gotta bring the bowl. I think they said they're giving out free popcorn. What they gotta give you? You gotta bring the bowl. Now listen, you're not doing my family any favors. My mother went in there with a trench coat on when we went to the movies. My mother brought ShopRite in there. She says, I'm not paying $1.50 for a Snickers bar. You think I'm paying for bonbons over here? You think? Get the fuck out of here. Let me get Ma, it's summer. It's 117 degrees in the shade. You got a trench coat on. We're going to the movies. What are you doing? She's got Twizzlers over here. She's got a Hershey's bar over there. She's got another candy bar over there, a blow pop, your sister's ass. She's got everything. She brought the whole fucking ShopRite candy aisle to the movie. Ma, they're going to know. They're going to know. And then the dollar store opened up and forget about it. That was a whole new movie experience. That was a whole new movie experience when they opened up the dollar store. Because the Hershey's bar went to $7. The soda went to $8. And here's my mother at the dollar store loading up. Trench coat going. So anyway, and all kidding aside, Cinemark is now giving you free popcorn. I don't know if it's worth the $28 ticket to get free popcorn, to be quite honest with you. But ladies and gentlemen, there is something awesome about the movie theaters, okay? There is something different about going. If you have not gone in a while, there ain't that many movies. There's not going to be that many movies, and they're all artificial intelligence now, but if you do have the opportunity, go back into the movie theater. Go back into the movie theater. I think you will enjoy it. It is an experience, but I'll tell you this, for a 6 o'clock movie, go in at 6:20. Go in at 6:20, okay? For the 6 o'clock movie, go in at 6:20. Because they don't get to it until 6:20, 6:30 for a 6 o'clock movie. Kind of the way Tindu opens up his show. We're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and 25 minutes later, he gets to his topic. The way Tindu does his show is just like going to the movie theater. You got to wait and wait and wait. Can you talk? Can you play the fucking movie already? You got me here at 6 o'clock, and you're promoting movies that are coming out for 3 years. DARPA. You go sit in the movie theater, they give you things for fucking an hour. Come on. Stop already. Stop hijacking my time. Time is valuable today. You got to get right to it. So now I've learned if I go back to the movie theater, 6:25 for a 6 o'clock movie, you will miss nothing. You will miss nothing. The gym is packed. The gym is packed. Listen, the gyms are packed. These fat motherfuckers after New Year's, they make the resolution. Fuck you and your resolution. But they make the resolution. Take your resolution and stick it up your sister's ass. I'm not making any. I won't do any. Oh, the decaf is wonderful. Excellent. I had 1 cup of regular today because I feel great, ALV. I'm sleeping more. I'm getting more rest. Right after your show, actually during your show, I was sleeping. Some of it bored me a little bit, so I fell asleep. I was sleeping. Well, no, I can't say that. It was good, but I fell asleep towards, I don't know what you were talking about. Oh my God, what part was that? I fell asleep. Anyway, I was relaxing during your show and then I fell asleep. And then that was it. I fell asleep. So here's the thing. The gym is packed. Take your resolution, stick it up your sister's ass. Yes, you're fluffy. Okay, we're fluffy. No problem. The gym was fucking packed yesterday. You couldn't move in there yesterday. Right? You couldn't move in there. I got you good. There you go. I got your attention now, huh? Listen. I got his attention now. Don't you love we just break balls over here? Okay, listen. The gym was packed. I had to do something at the gym. I had to go in the gym. And I said, look at these motherfuckers. They'll be done in February. They won't be bad. They're coming over here for 2-3 weeks. Right? You'll see. They're coming to the gym for 2, 3, 4 weeks maybe. And then it's over. And then they stop again. They came in January 1st all hopped up, ready. I'm going to do this. I'm going to work out. I'm going to look like Mr. T or Rocky Balboa. And then, done. They will be empty in February. Oh, okay, Zelda. Yeah, I did cut down on the coffee. I always have energy. I'm high energy, so it doesn't matter about caffeine. When I drink more caffeine, I do get more hyper. But anyway, the gym was packed yesterday. Nobody asked, why are you in the gym? I didn't go to the gym to work out, just so you do know. Just so you do know. I do have muscle memory. I do a little bit of curls. I bulk up quick from the steroids. I guess steroids are still in there. Second Friday in January is when most people quit their gym, quit their resolution. Oh my God. For real? Yes. Yes. NJ Wise Guy did the same thing for Lent. New sneakers, new sweats in the gym. Yeah, they're looking the part. I can't. I'm going for the Mr. T look. Yeah, right, Toro. Yeah. Oh my God. Rich. I was at the gym. I had to meet somebody. I had to go do something. I had to meet somebody. I didn't go there to work out. I went there for another purpose. Chicky might relate to this. Chicky will relate to this because, quite honestly, don't take this as an insult, Chicky. Do not take this as an insult. But I don't think either of us look like we spend time in the gym working out. Will you agree to that? Will you agree to that, Chicky? But we do know this, and you have done some of the same things I have done. We will go to the gym, Pete Rizzolo. I'm sure you saw this around here. We would go to the gym to meet somebody, to talk about something, because pretty much in the gym, it's a safe spot. You meet somebody one-on-one on the gym, two fluffy guys with sweatsuits on, 2X, XL, 4X, 15X, whatever the fuck it is, and they're meeting at the gym. But we've been in gyms, Chicky, to meet people, to take care of situations, correct? Would you give me a thumbs up on that, Chick? I'm going to take it one more step further. I'm going to go to wrestling matches now. And football games. And tennis fucking matches, whatever you want to call it. No, we don't belong there, but we're there for a purpose. Anyway, I had to go to the gym to talk to somebody yesterday. I looked at the 45-pound Joe Weider plate and I said, hell fucking no. Hell no. 45-pound plates on each side, 90 pounds, 30 for the bar? No, no. No, no, no. So anyway, what sparked that? Because I was at the gym yesterday. No, I was not working out. Okay? Okay. Fuck you, you filthy hooer at Jersey Mike's. Now, I don't have the whole gist of the story, but these filthy twats on Desperate Housewives of New Jersey, yes, I said it. They're filthy twats. They're animals. They're disgraziad animals. They're just as bad as the Jersey Shore crew. They're animals. I don't give a fuck if you're watching right now or not. You're animals. You're a disgrace. Ma disgraziad animali. Okay? As my friend Big Rich from Queens, he says, ma disgraziad animali for the rats. I'm saying it for the Jersey Shore crew. And I do know a couple. I know some of them. And the dirty housewives of New Jersey. Yeah, the twat waffles. The twat waffles of New Jersey, we're going to call them, okay? The twat waffles of the New Jersey housewives, whatever they are. Anyway, apparently, one of them was in Jersey Mike's yesterday or during the week and got a little snippy with the girl working at the cashier at the... Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am on Desperate Housewives? You motherfucker. You know what? Take this, you filthy animal, stick it up your sister's ass, okay? Okay? Stick it up your sister's ass. That's what I would have said. So one of the Desperate Housewives of New Jersey, whatever the fuck they are, was giving lip to a counter girl making $15 an hour minimum wage. That's another topic. And giving her some slack. Take this roast beef and stick it up your ass, okay? Go fuck yourself. Who gives a fuck who you are? Exactly, NJ Wise Guy. Exactly. Who gives a fuck who you are with your plastic face? Go fuck yourselves, okay? You know who I am? No, I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know who you are. No idea who you are. Go fuck yourselves. So fuck you. You think you're a celebrity. Yes, I'm cursing. Yes, that's what I do. Okay? The monetization is off on this show anyway. You got no commercials, right? See no evil. Any commercials? ALB, any commercials today? Nothing, right, guys? Tell me, please. Give me a thumbs up. No commercials? I fixed everything last night. Ay, ay, ay. I had to fix everything last night. Are we good? I shut off monetization. Good. Perfect. Well, that's what I do here. I shut off monetization because I respect you guys. Oh, you have premium. Right. Okay, no commercials. Beautiful. Excellent. Okay. Okay, let's go on. Next bullet point. Next bullet point, the flag. Okay, I got a problem with this. I got a little problem with the situation here. Now, President Carter has passed away. God bless his soul. He died. I don't care, Democrat, Republican, independents, whatever the fuck you are. I don't care what you are. But you got to show respect. You got to put the flag half mess, however they say it. You got to put the flag at half. That's just my opinion. Last night, ALV commercials were trying to get me to go to community college. ALV had commercials last night. So he hit the button. Half-mast. Okay. It's really, really, really. So there is a mayor somewhere in North Jersey somewhere, or maybe it's in New York, I'm not sure, that refuses to lower the flag. Now, you got to be a jerk-off. You got to be a jerk-off. What are you teaching the next generation? You're a public figure, so to speak, a teacher, a mayor, I don't know what you were. You're saying, no, I don't have to. It's not a law. No, you got to do it. Half staff on land, half mast at sea. Thank you, Joe Town Jack. I just learned something. Half staff. The person is a jerk off. That's terrible. Be respectful. So you're trying to teach the youths how to do this thing called life, and this is what you do. We know you don't have to, you fucking jerk off. Liberal, not liberal. I don't give a fuck what you are. You want to be a liberal? I don't care. You want to be, J-Bay, KTSQ, whatever the fuck you are? I don't care. Whatever initials they use now. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. So I don't know. My opinion is follow what this country's built on, please. Please. Okay, 71 years old in the subway. Beautiful story. 71-year-old woman was getting mugged by 4. getting mugged by 4. All right? Doesn't matter. Liberal, conservative, this, that, the other thing. The 71-year-old woman was getting mugged by 4 in the train. She beat the piss out of these 4 with her pocketbook and everything. They didn't get her stuff. They didn't get her stuff. They got it. 4 girls were mugging 1 woman. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the subways around here or on the buses around here, keep this in mind if you're in the tri-state area. Don't think the gals ain't coming to get you. They're gang banging out too. So 4 young girls mugged a 71-year-old woman and she beat the piss out of them. She got it. They didn't get her shit. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. I do not recall. Did you ever hear that on trial before? Did you ever hear that in court before? Hollywood, you ever hear these things in court? Or Patsy, you ever hear it? She beat their asses. Yeah, that twat waffles that they are. Listen, did you ever hear I do not recall CG2? They say in court, I do not recall. I recall nothing. That's how we're supposed to say it, right? That's how, James, I'm in the middle of things, James. Yes, there's a topic for another day, 100%. No doubt. We will get into that topic. No doubt, 100%. I'll even do the show with you. I'll come on your channel to do it, James. Not a problem. I don't recall. Yes, you hear it in dispositions all the time. Guess who's on fucking trial right now? Guess who's on the stand right now and says, I do not recall? Rudy, the jerk-off Giuliani. Okay? He getting convicted in his own fucking thing, his own RICO situation. Rudy Giuliani is on the stand saying, I do not recall. Now, how do you like that? Rudy Jerkoff Giuliani says, I do not recall. You gotta be a jerk-off, a jag-off. All right? You fucking idiot. You fucking dumb bastard out there. Thank you for cleaning up the city. But he's a jerk-off, okay? He's a jag-off. Capital J-A, Joff, Goff, whatever. Capital jerk-off, okay? Fuck you. I don't recall. I fucking love it. How the tables and the tides have turned. Hysterical. It's hysterical, Rich. Come on, that's not fucking classic. That's not must-see TV right there. I do not, you jerk-off. I love it, DARPA. I fucking love it. Now, listen, I was a 42nd Street kid. We jumped on the train. 12 years old, I was looking at peep shows on 42nd Street. And it was nasty, guys. I'm going to tell you about 42nd Street when I was a teenager. It was bad shit. I mean, it was a playground for us. From my neighborhood, you jumped on, you bing, 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 you're in 42nd Street in no time. We get out of the PATH station, the subway, whatever, and we look up and it's holy shit, there's pussy everywhere. There's broads everywhere. We're 13 years old. Yeah, Rudy's father was an armed robbery. He was an armed robber. He did 10 years for armed robbery, Toro. Yes. Giuliani's father did 10 years for armed robbery. That is correct. That is correct, Toro. Yeah. Yeah. For you guys, for us, for my crazy friends, it was great. My God, we learned the birds and the bees on 42nd Street. Huh? Some kids were in school rubbing their fucking Woody against the desk because the teacher had a skirt on, right? Here's us. After school, we're jumping on the PATH train. We don't need to worry about the teacher with the stockings on. No, we're good. We're not rubbing against the desk. We're jumping on 42nd Street. We're getting worked on 15 years old. We're going over there. We're going right there. We don't need to worry about the teacher with the hot stockings. No, we're good. My friends, we jumped on the train, PATH, whatever, couple of dollars. and peep shows and this and that. 42nd Street was one big cum dumpster. Do you understand? You know this, right, Pete? 42nd Street was one big cum dumpster, okay? I got to say it like it is. And then Giuliani came in and cleaned everything up at a time appropriate for me because I felt it was necessary. I did feel it was necessary. It was necessary. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. You have no idea. If you were not in 42nd Street in the 80s, maybe into the 90s, well, 90s, whatever. Anyway, Giuliani does not recall. Hello, Patsy. Well, Bill C, we speak reality. Yes, I got a filthy mouth every day, but we speak. 80s with the ladies. There you go. There you go. We're going to do a show about that. Unbelievable. Well, we knew there's women that are cum dumpsters too, say no evil. That's an old it's an old saying. We know women that are cum that filthy hooers that they are. Okay, we got the drought is over, guys. The drought is over. I'm drinking decaf right here. No, I'm drinking decaf. Okay, listen. We're gonna take another break. I gotta take a break. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute here. Hold on a minute. Give me a second here. I'm running outside. Give me a second here. I should have put the stoop cam on while I go out there. Hold on a minute. I need this plumber to work on my fucking bathroom here. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. The drought is over. The drought is over, ladies and gentlemen. The drought is over. Isn't that good? The drought is over. It's a good thing. It is a good thing. But we're going to talk about the drought in 1 minute. Give me a second here. Let me do what I got to do here. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put this on for you while I do what I got to do here. Hold on a minute. Let's go daydreaming again. All right, DJ, cut the music. Come on, cut the music. Let's go. Cut the music. Let's get back into this. Hello, hello. Shut it. Let's go. Let's keep talking here. People want to talk. They don't want to see that shit. Let's go. Let's go. All right. All right. Let me get back into it here. Yeah, we had the peep shows. Yes. Oh, my ears between the intro and this music. Forget it. I love it. I love it. All right. Next topic. Yeah. What are you going to do? You know? You just try doing a show for 2 hours. Go ahead. Give it a shot, you. Mm-hmm. I did shrunk him. Yeah. Yeah. I'm on decaf. Yes. 1 cup of regular and the rest decaf. Yes. Got good interaction today. Good interaction today. Okay, I can't go back to all the comments. I stop when you're lying. I stop when you're lying. I stop. Oh, Stephen Marinello, what a time to come in. Okay. I got decaf. It's good. Yeah. Good morning, Stephen Marinello from Toro. GMMM. Where's MM? Zelda Z wants to dance. Toro, good morning. Okay, the drought is over. Listen to me. The drought is over. So what happens is this. The drought comes in. They say we're running short on Patsy. They say we're running short on water, this, that, the other thing. Let's conserve. Why don't you conserve all the time a little bit, guys? So what you're saying is we're wasting stuff all the time. All the time. Look, I don't really use paper plates, paper cups, paper towels. I use washable glasses and cups and shit. I use washable things. Yes, I have plastic cups. Yes, I do have paper plates. I have all of this stuff. But okay, so we have a drought. I truly believe, conservation or not, I truly believe eventually these things work themselves through. Nature fixes things. Nature fixes things. I do believe the droughts, they do fix themselves. So if you're going to conserve during a drought, right? You should conserve all the time. Congestion pricing is in full effect tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Susie Q. Excuse me. If you're driving in Manhattan, no, I don't use anything plastic. No, James, nothing. Plastic forks and knives, no. Well, I do wash the concrete, yes. Never waste. What's the problem? How can people not do this stuff? It's very basic. It's very, very, very simple. So tomorrow morning, congestion pricing's going up. It's in the, they took it to Superior, Supreme, this and that, your sister Jess, whatever court they took it to. And it's going through. So starting midnight tonight, congestion pricing is in full effect. Going into certain areas of Manhattan. Terrible. Terrible. John A. Light is coming through my algorithm. John A. Light, who ratted on John Gotti Jr., is becoming a brand, it looks like. From what I see, he's away from the mob stuff, going in a different direction, creating a brand for himself. John Gotti Jr. is still playing around, defending himself from the 302s, while John A. Light is taking this to another level. Who knows? Who the fuck knows what's going to happen over there? But it looks like A. Light, who is a rat, but he's not Italian, so shame on them for bringing him into the circle. Shame on them. Bad call. Bad call on Junior's part. This is why it happened. Junior brought him in, just like Senior brought it. Junior brought in the two most damaging people in his life was Scars and A-Light. And JG Sr. brought in that other disgraziad, Sammy the Bull. So the choices are not that, the quality of choice is not so good. But it looks like A-Light is going to take this to another level. I see it. It's coming through my algorithms. I don't subscribe. I see it. And that guy, he may make money with this. I don't know. Who knows? He may make money with this. Who the mistakes made? Right, DARPA? Sure. But I get it. I get it. So anyway, who knows, man? These guys, what they should do, in all seriousness, turn it into a... Joey did it on... Joey Merlino did his own. He's got a brand. He's got a brand. He never ratted. He doesn't even talk about the mob at all. Basically, they have him... They call him in this genre, but he's not in this genre. They say he's in a genre. He's not in their genre. He fucks around, dips in and out, plays around, abuses a little bit, responds a little bit, and then that's it. So it looks like A-Light's making a brand for himself. Hey, what are you going to do, man? I've never had respect for anybody that dealt drugs. I just cannot have any respect for anybody that dealt drugs. I saw the Chicklet the other day talking about opening up a heroin spot, a crack spot. You know, you are, you know, we spoke about the beginning of the show was, can you sit down with a mob rat? The answer is no, for all of you, no matter what the money is. None of you can do it. But to have a crack spot, a heroin spot, you got to be, you're a real garbage pail to be a drug dealer. I'm sorry. It's not selling pot and it's not selling cocaine. Cocaine and pot, I give a little bit of a pass on the cocaine and the pot, somewhat. But when you get into the heroin and crack, you're fucking... And they tried to set up shops in their own neighborhood. It's not a gambling hall. We had them everywhere. We have social clubs everywhere. That's different. Don't say it. It is different. The Skinny isn't in that genre. He didn't even bring them up when they started the podcast. Exactly. So low. It's very bad. Now, you can disagree. You could say your gangster is a gangster. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Michael Francis is a garbage pail. He's a rat. But you can see the difference in Michael Francis and the likes of the Chicklet. One is a garbage pail, would sell crack to his cousin. And the other one was just making money. So I don't believe any of it, Martha Fowler. Forget about all of that. I'm taking that out of it. Martha, I'm taking the whole mob part out of the A-Light situation. I think he's trying to make a brand for himself on his own shoulders, I believe. But selling the crack, selling the drugs, I can't give you that, man. I can't. What'd Steven say? I think John A. changed after his daughter passed. Yeah, you might be right, Stephen Marinello. You may be right, Stephen. Good point. He got humbled. He hurt others. He killed people. No, he's a garbage pail, Bill C. That's a lie. Who told you? Look, we are responsible. The mob frowns on getting pinched for selling drugs. That's a lie also. They lied. That's a lie. Cocaine and crack are not the same. They are not the same. No, they're not the same thing. Cocaine and crack. I know people have been doing coke for 30 years. They're fine. Then I know people that are doing crack and they're homeless. Tommy, you can't pass cocaine as all you need is bicarbonate soda. I don't know. I don't know. Mob started bringing drugs here. We're responsible. They say that, come on, we're responsible. You reap what you sow. I know. Many people I know, crack is made from cocaine, but it's much more addictive once it's more. We're not going to get into the crack talk, but it's totally different. It's totally different. You take coke. I know, but don't take coke and cook it up. Party with a hot broad all night. You're doing coke, this and that. Yes, we're growing, CG2. We're growing. I'm putting the work in, CG2, as you can see. I'm trying. I'm having fun, and I'm putting the work in at the same time. No, you can't. Crack and cocaine are not the same thing, guys. It's not. Cocaine is powder and crack like rocks. No, it's not it. There's more added to it, Susan. There's more additives. No. I know crackheads, and I know people that do coke. Guys, I know it. I see it. I live in an area where I see everything. I have friends that have been doing coke for 30, 40 years. Coke. Partying. So no. Then I know crackheads, they ended up homeless, missing teeth. You're wrong on this, guys. I'm in the environment. I see it all. I know it all. Grew up around all of this. Got to remember, I'm in an area here where I've grown up around them all of them. It's not good. The old gangsters were against drugs, not from a moral perspective. It was from a risk perspective. But we brought it all here, ALV. Let's not forget, the Italians are the reason. Stay safe, smoke weed. Don't deny this fact that the Italian mafia is a big part of the drugs in this country. Don't deny this fact. Anybody, don't take it personal, but it's factual. The pipelines were made by the Italians. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Martha. My buddy has been doing coke since high school. No problem ever. Same here. So I know both, Mustang Mike. I know people that do coke every weekend. And I know people that are on crack. They're dead now. Ay, ay, ay. Yes, no, we are, not we, you and I, but our people, not our, yeah, I guess our, what do you call it? What are we? What is this? What are we? Our nationality is very, 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 highly responsible. Yeah. They didn't care if the drugs hurt people. That's correct. Right. Right. But when you set up a crack stop in your neighborhood, come on, man. If you came to the stoop and you want to bet $100 on the Giants, that's one thing. If you went next door and you got $100 worth of crack, there's something else going on. And then if you went to the other bar and you did $40 worth of coke, okay, look at it from this perspective. Take a look. Go across the street from me. Take a look here. You're at the stoop. You're going to bet 100 on the Giants right here on the stoop. You go next door to the other stoop. You're going to buy $100 worth of crack. You go to the other stoop. You're going to buy $100 worth of cocaine. Figure this all out. Need I say more? You understand what I'm saying? You got it, right? Right? Right. So that's where we're at. Phone numbers without an area code. Do you remember? Brian Cavorcier, do you remember? Smoke a joint then. There's nothing wrong with that. Osada! Light up, cuz. Light it up. Light it up, cuz. Light it up. Yeah. Okay. You remember phone numbers without an area code, Patsy? So where was I yesterday? Where was I yesterday? The gym, I guess. I was somewhere where I saw the sign outside of a place, an establishment, with no area code. Very interesting. Now, I know I was in 201, which is over here, right? I know I was in 201. I was in this area. So we used to be all 201. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it. So now you can't do it, right, Ortega? Patsy, you can't make a phone call without one. I remember our bookmaking office was 914. We had a bookmaking office in New York, 914-732-47. I'm going to leave the letter. I remember the bookmaking office number from 25 years ago because you used to have to call the office in New York, right? So we had a bookie joint in New York, 914-732. We kept it out of 212. We went over to 914. That can be 914 is could be Yonkers, I believe. Could be 914 can be where were we located? I think 914 parts of Yonkers possibly, and maybe the Bronx too. 914 914-732 is could have been the Bronx. Not sure where. So we had a bookmaking office. Anyway, I remember numbers because I was into numbers. So I remember the office number, 914-732. You guys can do the research. All right? You guys can do the research. So phone numbers without area codes was a crazy thing. Belleville was 751 and 759. Then they moved up to 450, I believe. 450. Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So the Relentless Pursuit, that came up today on 1010 Wins. As you guys know, I still listen to 1010 Wins. I still listen to 1010 Win. Westchester, yeah, I guess it spans a few areas, Delilah. 914-732. The phones didn't ring, they lit up. There was about 6 phones in the office, and they were a desk phone with a red light on it, so we kept the ringing down. And that's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic. But the Relentless Pursuit, you will never forget that phone number because I can remember numbers from 30, 40. Interesting, Stephen. Interesting. Westchester County, Teresa, yeah. Did it dip into the Bronx and what? Teresa, did that dip into the Bronx, Westchester County? I don't know. We just used 914 numbers. We had another office on Division Street. I think it was Division Street. That was a 212 number. Anyway, so the Relentless Pursuit. 1010 Wins is using it. Remember we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago, the Relentless Pursuit? Relentless Pursuit. That was a couple of weeks ago we spoke about this. Yeah. Call collect. You ain't calling our bookie office collect. That ain't happening, Patsy. Stoney, you ain't calling our office collect. You're calling from a payphone. $1.25 is what you're paying. Now it's all computer. I wouldn't know what to do now anyway. Yep. Listen, that was a time of life back then. That was when hair was big. Hair was big, and so were secrets. Hey, hair was big, and so was secrets at that time. Okay? Reverse the charges. You're not reversing the charges on a bookie office. Reverse the charges. My God. You're getting a call from a inmate at a correctional facility. Oh my God. Did you ever get those calls, anybody? Did you ever get those calls? No, Bronx. Okay. I don't know where that's so. You are getting a call from a correctional institution. Johnny Russo was in RJ's book, too. I'm really regret. The book is horrible, Delilah. It's horrible. I can't read it. I got the audio book. I can't read it. I am going to check out Jeff Canarsi's book. Hello there, lying informants and their enablers. Just to pick it apart, and I will pick it apart. Happy New Year to you, lying informants and their enablers. Love that name. Yeah. You might like the beginning of this show, lying informants and their enablers. You might like the beginning of the show, and you could clip it if you want. I don't care. It's up to you. But there's good stuff in the beginning. Yeah. There's good stuff in the beginning about this topic here. Mafia Rat and a co-host. So anyway, that's what it is. That's the situation. That you could solder a pen or wire. Well, yeah. Okay, cool. You could take a look back if you want. It's up to you. That was an hour and a half ago. So, but You read these things out of curiosity. The 900 numbers, yeah. The 900 numbers. It's crazy. Yeah, so some people have the relentless pursuit. And 1010 wins is using that term that we put in a couple of weeks ago. Okay, we're going to go to a couple of things over here. What's his name? RJ. Not good. Not good. Horrible. Yeah, the Mike and the Mob I will check out. I will be clipping the show without permission so Tindo and I could talk about it this afternoon. All right. Do a show about a show. Go ahead. No problem. Couple of three things. So yeah, I got a couple of three things up here. Let's dip around a little bit. Let's all right. Let's do this. Let's do this here. Let's do this. We're going to play around with some mob stuff right now, okay? We're going into the mob genre for a minute because I feel like it. So if you're interested, you'll hang around. I'm going to show you how you should testify and how you shouldn't testify. Now, there's a picture of me. There's a picture of me that was in the Star Ledger when I got sentenced, right? My hands are clutching the table. Yeah. My hands are clutching the table. My knuckles are bare white. I didn't care about going to jail, but I mean, I was irate that I had to take a plea, okay? I was irate that I pled guilty, but it was the right thing to do. So when I was getting sentenced in the Star Ledger, front page of the Star Ledger, I'm clinching the desk. And you could see it in my face. I'm very thin at that point. And I got to find the picture. It's in my discovery. It's in my file, my discovery, but you can't find this stuff online. I don't know why my stuff, you can't find it online, but there's certain things you don't say anything. You don't fucking say anything. You don't say anything. And I'm gonna go over a couple of videos here just to show you a little bit. Here's some things. I talked to Mob Facts this morning. They gave me the okay to use their stuff today. The show is demonetized, ladies and gentlemen. The show is demonetized because I'm using some stuff here, okay? All right. Let's go to Joe Valachi for a minute. Let's go over to Joe Valachi for a minute. If this isn't for you, what can I tell you, okay? This is what I'm doing this morning. This isn't for everybody, okay? This is not for everybody. Let me see. Let me put this up here. Check it out. Here we go. Here we go. Listen to this.
A special report from CBS News in Washington. The Congress and Cosa Nostra. The story of Joseph Valachi's testimony today before Senator McClellan's investigating subcommittee.
To destroy the whole syndicate, the whole organization.
That's right, yeah.
Why do you feel like it should be destroyed?
Well, through the years, first of all, I want revenge. Second of all, they've been very bad to the soldiers. And
You're a fucking...
they've been thinking for themselves all through the years.
And you would have...
It's all put together. I can put together a number of, so many things that it all comes to all one to destroy them.
There are just many reasons that add up to the fact you don't think that such an organization should be permitted to operate, to exist.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's right. As the senator put it before, what did I get out of it?
What'd you get out?
Nothing but misery. As you all understand, once you're in, you can't get out.
Good evening. This is Roger Mudd. The sworn testimony you just heard came from the lips of Joseph Valachi, lips that supposedly were sealed 33 years ago when he joined America's underworld crime syndicate, Cosa Nostra. But today, before a spellbound Senate hearing, televised nationally, the 60-year-old Valachi talked in such a way that this convicted dope peddler, burglar, and murderer seemed to draw the sympathy of the crowd and the McClellan Committee. Valachi said today he was talking because he wanted revenge. But it is also possible he was talking for self-protection.
Jerk off.
Because his syndicate boss, Vito Genovese, had ordered him killed as an informer. The
Right.
two men shared a cell in the Atlanta penitentiary, and Genovese had heard from one of Valachi's co-defendants in a narcotics case that he had become an informer. One night last year, after the cell block lights had been turned off, Valachi said Genovese let him know it.
He said, you know, sometimes you buy a barrel of apples, you know, and one of these apples is touched.
Is touched.
Touched. Touch means a little touch. Not all rotten, but a little touch.
True. I see.
He said, that apple has to be removed, or it'll touch the rest of the apples.
What significance did that have to you?
Just shaking my head and listening to him.
I said, what significance did that have to you?
I was just shaking my head and listening to him.
You were shaking your head and listening. All right, go ahead.
And in fact, I was doing it now unconsciously.
You doing
As I
it
was
on-
telling you, I was shaking my head. I just caught myself.
Yeah, all right, go ahead. That is what you were doing.
So with that, he says, I think we go to sleep. He got up and he said, grabbed my hand and he gave me a kiss.
Grabbed your hand and gave you a kiss.
He gave me a kiss.
Yeah,
So I turned around and I gave him a kiss on the other side.
yeah.
And
Is that some ritual that goes along in your organization?
no, this is a suspicious kiss.
This is a suspicious
Yeah.
kiss. Very well. Very well, go ahead.
So with that, I sleep on the left bottom bunk, and Ralphwagon sleeps on the right bottom bunk. See, we had one bunk on top of the other. See, Ralph mumbled under his breath, the kiss of death.
Ralph Wagner mumbled that.
Yeah.
I see.
I ignored them.
You ignored it. Go ahead.
Naturally, I lay down and trying to figure out all night, you know. And I even noticed he used to take peeps to see if I was asleep because he was across me, see.
Wow.
Genovese. Well,
Interesting.
I must admit I was upset.
Did you know what Genovese was talking about at that time when
Not yet.
you didn't yet know?
No.
But it had a meaning to you.
Oh, yeah. As I said, you know.
You knew
It's a
what it meant,
suspicious
but you
kiss.
didn't know why he did it. Yeah.
Well, look, an outsider got wise, Senator.
A what?
An outsider, like Ralph.
Yeah.
He got wise.
He was on it.
He even was wise. So what ain't I supposed to be smart? You know,
Yeah.
in other words,
May I ask you, Senator Curtis here suggests, and I think as
Yeah.
well, did you at the time accept and regard that as a kiss of death?
yeah, but that's why I say I didn't answer Ralph. That's the reason why I said that. But I didn't think the kid would get it.
You didn't think the kid would get it. But
Right.
the kid got it.
He got it. So
And would it be?
how can I miss when he got it?
Yeah. All right,
Right.
I don't think you missed. But, yeah,
I
what just
can't.
one other,
Oh my
one
God.
other. Now, you're kissing him in return. Is that a practice?
It was to make him understand I was smart to him.
You were what?
Smart to him on that kiss. That's why I kissed him back.
He was smart. He understood what he meant.
You see these
I'm
fucking
more than that
metagons?
smart at that.
You can't even understand. Can't even understand what he said. Smart. You couldn't understand that he said smart? He has a little bit of an accent. He got the kiss of death. He got the kiss of death. But he's given the kiss of death. That's what kills me about these motherfuckers.
I come out, and actually I was really
And listen, guys, Mob Facts gave me permission today, okay? If somebody could please drop Mob Facts' channel in there, please give a sub, go over there, leave a comment. I would definitely appreciate that. They gave us the permission to use this content today, guys. Somebody please drop Mob Facts. I would appreciate you guys going over there, dropping a comment from the social club. He gave us permission this morning to do this.
at a state I didn't know what to do. I walked up and
Were
down.
you in a state of fear,
Yeah, yeah.
afraid for your life?
I walked up and down about once, twice.
AOV, yes. AOV, it's in the public domain. It's just the way that Mob Facts puts it together. He puts bits and pieces together. ALV, he slows it down or speeds it up so he don't get a copyright. Sure, it's in the public domain, but you have to put the content together. Thank you, Delilah. Guys, please go sub over to Mob Facts if you don't mind. Yeah, you could smoke in those days, sure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody hated this guy.
Go ahead.
I made one lap of a distance of about 4 blocks. The yard is about, I say, 4 blocks long. Then I made another lap, and then I made another one, and then on my way back, I spot Joe Beck. I could have spotted Mike Capola. I could have spotted any one of these guys. Wouldn't have made any difference to me. Well, it happened to be near a construction. And as soon as I saw him, I don't know what I thought I found.
Where were you on your way to at the time?
Well, I was on my way from walking. Now, I found him in front of me.
You found him in front of you.
In front of me, yeah.
And who was behind you?
Well, he was walking with another guy. See? And right away, I saw the pipe. I grabbed the pipe, and I went to wake on Joe Beck. At least, that's what I thought it was.
You saw a man you thought was Joe Beck.
Right.
Right in front of you.
Right.
One of these that you understood were under orders to kill you.
Right. Right.
You honestly believe that they were under orders from Genovese to kill you there in prison?
Yes, 100%, Senator.
100%.
Yes.
So when you saw Joe Beck, who you thought was Joe Beck, in front of you,
Right.
you did what?
I hit him on the head with the pipe. And
A piece of iron pipe from the construction job there?
well, yeah, they were building a new industry at this particular place of the yard, you know, near the end of the ball stand, grandstand.
And you hit him with that pipe?
Yeah.
More than once?
About 3 times.
About 3 times.
Very hard.
Very hard.
Yeah.
Then what did you do?
Well, then I saw a couple of guys running towards me, but I didn't know who they were. See, in my excitement, I could see people, but I can't make them, see.
You were in a frenzy, I guess, at that time, weren't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to explain it, Senator. I could
You don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I could see the people, because I must tell you that as I found out in the hole after, from other inmates, who these 3 people were.
You didn't know at that time, though?
No, all I know, they were rushing for me, and I rushed for them. I let go of that guy, and I rushed at them, and they rushed back. It went on like that.
You started at them with the pipe, they went back.
I went at them, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
In other words, they made about 2 attempts before the officer come over. See? Now, when the officer come over, he wanted to take the pipe off me. I don't know, you don't get this pipe. I said, I'll walk to the Associated Warden's office, but you don't take this pipe from me.
You weren't going to let him take the pipe?
Well, I can't tell him. There's a couple of guys trying to get me.
You didn't have time to tell him that, did
I think if I hand him the pipe, them guys may come at me. So every now and then I'm looking behind as I'm walking with the officer.
you? You walked on with the officer to where?
All the way-
Warden's office?
All the way to the Associated Warden's office.
The Associated Warden's office.
Yeah.
And then what happened about him telling you who you had actually assaulted?
He showed me a picture.
He showed you a picture. That is the Associate Warden?
Yes, I still don't remember his name. A picture he showed me, I think it was not a cup, first picture he showed me. I said to him, who's this? He says, that's the guy you intended to hit. I know, he says, that's the guy you hit.
That's the guy you hit. The first picture he showed.
And then he showed me another picture. He took that away, he said, and this is the guy you intended to hit. Well,
Is that when you first knew that you had hit the wrong man?
yes, Senator. You could imagine how I felt. I told him, just lock me up after that.
You what?
I told him, lock me up after that. I sank in a chair, you know.
You what?
I sank in a chair, you know.
Sank in-
I slumped in a chair.
You slumped in the chair.
Yeah.
Senator McIntyre?
Joe, in view of all these disclosures to the FBI and the justice that you've made, how safe do you feel?
The way I am now. Right now.
How safe do you feel?
Now. At
Yes.
this moment, I feel fine.
How would you feel if you went back to prison?
I'll have to protect myself again, Senator. I'll have to kill or be killed again.
Would it be,
If you notice, Senator, I wouldn't say they killed me. I'll always fight back, Senator. If I go in prison.
would it be fair to say that if you went back to prison that you'd be a dead man?
If they got at me, I wouldn't be in there 5 minutes, Senator.
Is it usually possible for the organization to kill somebody when they're in prison? They want to?
The truth?
Yes.
No. I think he went a little too far, Vito Genovese, in this case.
It was at this point, apparently, when Valachi thought Genovese had gone too far, that he decided to sing for protection. An FBI agent was assigned to him full time, and the Justice Department began filling in the blanks on its chart of Cosa Nostra. This is Valachi's great value, says the department. He is the first member of Cosa Nostra publicly to confirm its existence. Senator McClellan is the questioner.
May I ask at this time, I don't care to go in details now, but when did you become a member of this organization?
1930.
In 1930. What is the name of it? It is
Cosa Nostra in Italian.
Cosa Nostra in Italian.
Our thing and our family in English.
Our thing and our family in English. We'll come back to that later, but that is an organization, is it?
Yes.
That requires absolute obedience
Yes.
and conformity to its policy as handed down by those in authority.
Yes.
I just want to add something, guys. I want to add something about MobFax here. MobFax will not monetize their channel. They take no money. They take no money. MobFax does not accept money. Just so you do know. It's a big, big channel. They do a lot of this stuff, but they do not accept money, which is interesting because most people do YouTube for money. It's just the way it is. They do money, and he's not monetized. He doesn't take the money. He doesn't take money. So I guess he does this out of passion. I guess MobFax does enjoy doing this. Lying informants and their enablers were saying he must pay for some of these stuff. It's could be. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Let's continue. If you're interested, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you're interested. MobFax has 135,000 subscribers, and he doesn't accept donations. That's something, Mustang Mike. Let me know if you're enjoying this. Give me a thumbs up. I'm going to continue rolling it.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, we might ask you at this time, what are the different positions or ratings or rank in that organization? Starting at the top, what do you have?
Well, we have what we call argumentación. That's sort of like in English, you would express it as a commission. Then we have...
That is, as of now, you have the commission. But in the past, when the time you joined it, what did you have?
Well, they used to have what we call the boss of all bosses.
The boss of all bosses. All right.
And we had the individual bosses of the individual family. Then we had an underboss. Then we have what we call a cabarigine, which is a lieutenant. And we have what we call soldiers.
Soldiers?
Soldiers.
Are they also called button men?
Well, on the outside, they call them button men. So
On the outside, but in the organization, they're called soldiers.
Right.
So you had the boss of all bosses, then the boss of a family, then the underboss of a family, and then the lieutenants.
No. I meant to say, you want that in Italian too?
Well, yeah.
Usottagaba is the expression of the underboss.
All right. What is the expression of the lieutenant?
Capo-regime.
All right. Now, what's the expression of the button men or soldiers?
Soldiers.
Just soldiers.
Just soldiers amongst our own
So
organization.
those were the ranks or levels in the organization.
Yes.
You say now, however, there is a commission. Does it now have a boss of all bosses?
No, no more boss of all boss. They have what you call a consigliere. A consigliere. A consigliere is like, and we put it, I put it to you this way. Charlie Luciano, Charlie Lucky put it in effect. A member of 6 to protect the soldiers. Because if a lieutenant in the old days had it in for a soldier, or he want to pick on the soldier, he could have, he would make up stories. And to protect the soldier, they formed this, what we call consigliere. In case of soldiers accused about something, well, then the lieutenant or whoever it may be must bring up charges on him.
In other words, that is something that's settled within each family.
Right.
May you be a sort of a kangaroo court? I mean,
Well, you call it a kangaroo court. That's right.
court that you set up
Right.
in your own outfit.
Right.
And about how many soldiers would usually be under a boss?
Well,
did a kangaroo court? Wait.
certain families have about.
Did he called the commission a kangaroo court? Is that what he just said? Teresa, it was 1959? Okay, it was 1959. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah. Right. Wait. Did they call the commission a kangaroo court? What the fuck? The commission, listen to me. Let me explain to you something, folks, about the Mafia. I want to explain to you something. It's one of the organizations that has withstood the test of time. No matter what has happened, it has been more successful than any company in the history of companies. To this day, in some way, it has survived defection, detection, massive takedowns. It still thrives better than any company other than Nestle or whatever you want, a big company like that. It's been bigger than, it's true though. Patrick, it's true though. It is. It's bigger than U.S. Steel. It is a true thing. Oh, 1963, Joe Town Jack says. All right. Oh, 1963. It's right there. Oh, he died in prison, 71. Okay. There we go.
Vito Genovese has about 450.
400?
In and around that. Yeah.
450?
About 450. Could be even 500, but I'm giving it...
His, I take it, was the largest of these families.
Well, I think between Vito's and Gambino's family, just about both large families. I'm talking about Gambino now.
How many soldiers belonged to the little army that you were part of?
Well, that I was with Vito Genovese. That's the family, see. Or Arab Brigade in Italian.
Now, within the ranks of this army of crime, these soldiers, were they all at the same level, or did you have sergeants and captains and some degree?
We had, for instance, I'll estimate we say about 20 to 25 gabardines. And it's some, we call this a regime, like, I don't know how to call it in English. A regime like, say, for instance, I'll talk about my regime. We had about 30 under one lieutenant, like.
Like a regiment. Like a regiment.
Let's get some order here, and one at a time, and if you'll address the chair, the chair will recognize you.
Now, there's other lieutenants that have 60.
They're all getting
it varies. Some may have 40, some may have less. It all varies, you know.
In other words, within this little army, they're broken up in companies or
Yeah,
brigades or something.
Right. Yeah.
And the whole army would be about 450, 500 under a boss.
Yeah, I rate, say, Gambino's family and Vito Genovese just about almost the same, you know, in as far as the money soldiers are concerned.
One other question on that point. Do all of the soldiers know each other? Did you know who the rest of the army was?
Well, I wouldn't say all of the soldiers know each other.
Most of you knew each other.
If they meet, one introduces another as you go along in life.
Okay. Any further questions? Any questions at this point by any of my colleagues? Any other member?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Mudd.
I think it ought to be clear that we're not speaking about family in the usual sense. This is not family in the sense of fathers and mothers, sons.
No. We're not speaking about that.
This is simply an organization of people who are not necessarily related to each other.
Right. No. What'd you say, related? No, we're speaking about the Cosa Nostra. That's the expression they use, but not an immediate family. By no means. It don't mean mother or father or sister or brother or anything like that. Is that what you mean, Senator?
Yes. Now, may I ask one more question?
Trying to understand family.
Do these families meet as such? Do these 450 members, for example, of one family ever meet?
Well,
for the purpose of doing family business?
Well, my family, I'm there 30 years. They never met. Not as a whole. But we did have every Christmas a table, like a dinner. My regime would consist of the 30 I was telling you about. And the rest of the families here and there, some did and some didn't. But my family, the one I belonged to for 30 years, never met as a whole.
So they didn't even know each other, really?
Well, as I said, they would get to know each other as they went along, and meet you meet quite a bit in life as you go. When you may be someplace and you know a member, and he's with some member you don't know, he'll introduce him to you.
Well, this is a secret organization. How do you get to know that somebody is a member of the same family?
He'll introduce him to you, for instance, as a friend of ours. That means a member. Now, if he happens to be with someone that isn't a friend of ours, he would just simply say, meet a friend of mine, which means nothing. That's the code between us.
So there was a code that enabled you to identify other members of the family?
Yes.
Did you do anything for the family at all in this time, or did they just do things for you?
Just go out, kill for them.
You'd go out what?
Kill for them.
And you will tell us, in other words, when they asked you to do something like that, you will tell us about that later in the hearing, I gather. Is that correct? And that's the only thing you did for them. That was the only relationship. Is that right?
During the afternoon, Valachi told the committee of his progress from childhood to Cosa Nostra. Quit school at grade 7A, got his working papers at 15, lied about his age and worked honestly for 1 year as a river barge captain. And then in 1922, joined a burglary gang on 108th Street in Manhattan. His colleagues, Big Dick Amato, Giovanni Schicciolani, known as Al Brown, Joseph Gagliano, known as Pip the Blind, Charles Albero, known as Charlie Bullets, and Frank Calachi, known as Chick 99. Committee counsel Jerry Adlerman is the questioner.
Now, what type of burglary did you engage in at that time? Could you describe what the
Yes, we were
Mob Facts, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you coming in. If somebody can find that, please drop that for Mob Facts if you don't mind. I have a couple more I'm going to show, but Mob Facts, nice to see you. We appreciate your content. It is incredible. It is incredible. You do a great job. It is appreciated. We thank you over here. We thank you over here. We know you put a lot of work into it. We know you don't do the monetization thing, so we want to show you our appreciation to you. So thank you. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yes. Pleasure having you. Pleasure having you. Good man. Good people right there. I love it. I love it. Listen, these channels are going to keep growing. I'm telling you. They're good channels. It's unbelievable. Okay, thank you, ALV, guys, and I'm going to try to put that in this description or the comments after. ALV, if you don't mind, after, if you remember, either send me over that link, text it to me so I could drop it in the comments afterwards. Yes, excellent. They follow, Mob Facts. They follow. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I can't monetize it. It wouldn't be right for me to make money off it. You see, that's a true content creator right there. Look at that. You're never going to find that. You're never going to find an individual like this. It wouldn't be fair to make money off of that. That is incredible. That is incredible. Wow. That really is interesting, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. All right, let's play it. Let's continue.
We were crashing windows and jewelry windows or fur windows, taking expensive furs and suits, silk, in that line.
Now, what area were you crashing?
You mean what particular area? Any part of the city.
Well, did you specialize in any areas like Madison Avenue or Lexington Avenue or Fremont Avenue or something?
If you want to get, good coats, you had to go to Fifth Avenue or Sixth Avenue or Madison Avenue.
I see. And what would be the nature of the operation? How would you engage in this operation?
Well, we used to throw a milk can in the window. We started that way and grab the coats and run and get in the car and go.
Did you use a car to do that?
Yeah, we developed a name. The police called us Minutemen.
Why? Why did they call you the Minutemen?
Because we got away from the burglary either in a minute's time or less. Because these stores, most of them had what we call homes protection. And they take about 5 to 7 minutes.
Did you ever time them to before you made a real attempt? How would you do that?
Well, I threw a brick in a window on 25th Street once because the patrol office was at 125th Street West, and I had something in mind on 125th Street East. So I threw a brick in to see how long it'd take him to come.
Did you time them?
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
And then you felt safe, and if you could do
well, I
in
know
less
we can
than
get away from there in less than a minute or a minute.
How many of these type of robberies would you?
Well, they had to be real criminals, see?
At that time.
A couple a week.
2?
2, 3.
Any more than 3?
Well, according to how the weather was.
And what was your function in the?
I used to drive all the time.
You had a reputation as a driver of the getaway car?
Yes.
And did you have your car specially equipped in any way?
I used to get a special pinion gear for second speed. Just second speed.
Just a second speed.
Yeah.
And you used to have a second gear specially installed?
Yeah, well, at that time, the mechanic used to call it a special pinion gear, which instead of this big, would be this big.
This would be geared up in second gear a little higher so you can get away faster.
That would pick up faster.
You could go about how fast in that?
Well, at that time, 60 miles an hour in second was a lot of speed.
That was a hot car.
That was a lot of speed at that
Never
time.
saw the movie, said Charlie.
Well, at this time now, we're not crashing windows anymore. They getting in through the front doors. They discovered, some kind of tools, and we jimming we use an expression, jimming the doors. And one of the tools broke, and they come over and asked me, we got time to go back to Harlem. I said, sure, get in the car. As we were riding, I only heard one shot, and I was shot in the head.
You were shot in the back of the head?
Back of the head, yeah.
All right. Now, do you know what the gang did with you at that time?
Yeah, well, naturally, I found out after. I was told that Charlie Bullets took the wheel. They put me in the back of the car, and Charlie Bullets took the wheel. And they placed me in a street at 114th Street, Pleasant Avenue. And they fired about 5-6 shots in the air.
What was the purpose of firing these shots?
Well, this way, when they picked me up, and the authorities would feel that I was shot in 114th Street.
In other words, they pretended to shoot. They shot 6 bullets or 6 shots in the air, and then they felt that the authorities would feel that somebody tried to rub you out or kill you. Was that the idea?
And this way would...
Okay, we're going to go over to the one that he posted
take the
yesterday.
attraction away from 174th Street and St. Nicholas Avenue.
I see. Well, what happened as a result?
For one brief moment today,
they told me they gave the doctor $2,500.
Valachi resumes his public testimony Tuesday. After watching him for almost 4 hours today, it's easy to become sympathetic to him. His Damon Runyon aura, his fascinating glimpses into an unknown world, his defiance of a semi-military terrorist organization. But there is another side. As Committee Counsel Adlerman said today, there are so many murders, we can't do them all. We have to be selective. This is Roger Mudd in Washington. Good night.
The Congress and Cosa Nostra. This program was on edited videotape. This has been a special report from CBS News.
For one brief moment today, the nation's most televised criminal left his seat at the witness table to confer very privately with the nation's most televised senator. The limelight followed, but the microphones could not, as Democrat John McClellan of Arkansas and gangster Joseph Valachi of the Atlanta Penitentiary whispered about Congress and Cosa Nostra.
This is a special report from CBS News. The Congress and the Cosa Nostra. Here now is CBS News correspondent Roger Mudd.
Good afternoon. As Joseph Valachi began his third day of testimony before the McClellan Investigating Subcommittee, the guard of U.S. Marshals that accompanies him seemed larger, and the precautions to protect him seemed more elaborate. Valachi, though never a big-time operator in the criminal underworld, has now reached the point where he is naming names of those he says are responsible for a string of unsolved gangland murders in...
Mob facts. Is it weird to see your own stuff? I mean, it's got to be weird to see your own stuff. I wonder sometimes, because you're watching your own stuff here. It's interesting. Let's see what he says now here.
1930 and 31. Yesterday, Valachi fingered one Girolamo Santuccio, alias Bobby Doyle of Stamford, Connecticut, as the killer of the gang boss Joseph Pinzola. But this morning when the hearing opened, Abraham Ribicoff, the junior senator from Connecticut, was waiting to correct the record.
Yesterday, when Mr. Valachi testified, he identified a man by the name of Bobby Doyle of Stamford, Connecticut. I received a call last night from from a Robert Doyle of Stamford. Just by coincidence, there's only one Robert Doyle in Stamford. Robert Doyle of Stamford is 45 years of age. In 1930, he was 12 years old. He is 6'6". He is of Irish extraction. His father's name...
I went to the bed, Senator.
I see.
I didn't understand what you did.
I was trying to tell him I went to the beds in Arkansas.
Oppose anyone for the Cosa Nostra?
Oh, yes, I did.
Were you ever present to you by...
Senator, I never heard of Omaha. In Arkansas.
Did you get cleaned up down there?
Yeah. You know the 21-day beds?
Yeah. All right. Have you ever been in Chicago and made any contacts with the Cosa Nostra?
No, I stopped in Chicago on the way to Arkansas.
Yes. Did you make any contacts with any of the...
No contacts. I mean, in Utica, yes.
No, I mean in Chicago.
No contacts.
Have you ever been in Kansas City?
No, not that I recall.
And have you ever been in Omaha?
Nope.
Nebraska. Now, do you know whether or not there are members of the Cosa Nostra operating in Omaha?
Senator, I never heard of Omaha. I never heard anything about Omaha.
Does the Cosa Nostra deal with people who are not members? In other words, do they put someone in the numbers racket and cooperate with them even though they are not members, haven't been taken in as members?
They do.
In fact, they use a great many people.
They do.
Senator McIntyre. Joe, have you ever been to Boston?
In Boston, yes.
You ever hear of a man named Petriaca?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, there's just a few questions in my mind. Yesterday, when you've been discussing contracts, that you get a contract,
Yes, sir.
is this something that's assigned to you by one of the bosses or lieutenants? Is it given to an individual of the family, or is it given to a group of individuals?
Well, 99 times out of 100, Senator, it's given to you by a lieutenant, to the one whom is in charge of that particular contract. It could be I, it could be anybody, but that one particular soldier will get the contract, and then he picks himself who he wants to take along with him. Is that what you mean, Senator?
And this man who gets the contract does the actual planning of the operation, whatever it may be.
That's right. Yeah, he's in charge.
Now, one other question. Did you ever propose anyone for the Cosa Nostra?
Oh, yes, I did.
Were you ever present, not at the table, but were you ever present at any other initiation other than your own?
Well, right now, I never remember being present, Senator, in any tables.
Very well, let us proceed now with yesterday. We had, were approaching at least, leading up to the killing of Mafia. Mafia? No,
Can't pronounce our name.
We had just gotten to the point where he had been
They can't pronounce our name.
taken to a restaurant somewhere. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, at Coney Island.
At Coney Island. Now, who got him over there to the restaurant?
His friends, Charlie Lucky and Vito Genovese and Cyril Terranova.
Those three persuaded him.
Well, they were the important ones.
I didn't understand you.
They were the important ones.
They were the important ones that got him to come over there to a dinner. And prior to that time, had he been staying in pretty closely and not going out much?
Senator, I was told that he had about 3 or 4 doors before his own brother could get to him.
Had to go by what?
3 or 4 doors before his own brother can get to him.
No, I see. What I was trying to determine was that you had been trying, actually, your side, the Maranzano group, had been trying to get to him to kill him for a good while, had they not?
Oh, yes, Senator, yes.
For some months.
Yes, sir.
And when you were unable to do it, well, you finally got, as I understand you, this Genovese and these others to set him up for you.
They set him up for Maranzano. They came to times that they will take care of. In other words, they didn't want the Maranzano's men should have anything to do with it. They wanted.
Zelda, you're confused as to why he's a rat? Is that the question, Zelda? Because he felt like he was going to get killed by Vito Genovese. He got the kiss of death in the prison cell. He felt he got the kiss of death in the prison cell, and then that made him turn. That's what he said in the beginning of this, yes.
To do it themselves.
They wanted to do it.
Themselves.
That is, his own lieutenants, his own people around him wanted to do it.
That's right.
And they got him over to this Coney Island restaurant.
Right, I understand it took them about 5 to 6 months to get him there.
Took them 5 or 6 months to get him there. And that's when it happened.
That's when
the Maranzano crowd didn't do that killing.
No, they did not.
It was Missouri's own people.
His own people.
That killed him at that restaurant.
Right.
Were there very many present? Do you know you were not present at that?
I wasn't there, but I was told. Zero was there, Vito was there, Charlie was there, a fellow named Cheech was there, and Joe Stretch was there. And they even, somebody described to me, I don't remember who, our Zero was so shaky in putting the key in the ignition that they threw him off the wheel. I'm talking about Cyril Tabanova. And they threw him off the wheel, and ever since then, Cyril Tabanova was getting what we call buckwheats.
Getting what?
What we call buckwheats, you know, like he was being stripped, you know, a little at the time. He was being taken off, his power was being taken away from him. And after a while, he took a sore heart and he died from a broken heart. I'm talking about Cyril Tabanova.
He kind of lost face, did he, with his...
Yes. And they replaced him at that time with Mike Capola.
In other words, they felt that he didn't have enough nerve.
Well, yes, he sort of put it this way, he disgraced himself.
He disgraced himself.
Couldn't get the key.
By showing his nervousness.
Yeah, he was shaking. So I got that from the soldiers as we go along in life.
You started to tell us the details of the killing of Mazaria as it was told to you.
Was that something?
You started to tell us the details of the killing at the Coney Island restaurant. You were not there. He was killed by his own lieutenants, but you said you were told what took place.
That's right.
Well, you related to us as it was told to you.
That's right.
Do that.
That's right.
Go ahead.
I was told, naturally, about 5 days after that, there was peace. You know, now we're closing this war. And I was told, now the first story I heard was about Cyril, as I explained to you about him shaking, putting the key in the ignition, and wasn't about, say, about maybe, I don't think he lasted more than about a year.
No, what I'm trying to find out, was he shot? Was he bombed? Was he struck with a blade? How was he killed?
You're talking about Joe Massari?
That is correct.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Cyril. Yeah, he was shot. He was shot.
In the restroom?
In the restroom.
Walking in by surprise?
No. They were sitting down. They talked a while, and in the course of, you know, of having conversation in between, maybe a half hour, an hour, I don't know how long it lasted. They shot him in this time.
Any of them caught?
No, not that I know of. No one was caught.
Unsolved crime as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. What did the records of the New York Police Force show about it?
Show that at 3:30 p.m. on April 15th, 1931, Giuseppe Masseria, alias Joe the Boss, last known to have resided at 65 2nd Avenue, New York City, while sitting in a restaurant at 2715 West 15th Street in the Coney Island section of Brooklyn, was shot in the back and head by unknown persons who escaped. The cause of death were 6 gunshot wounds of the head and body. This is an active
shot
case.
in the back.
In the back and in the head.
Wow, Ralph Salerno. He's been around till recent years. Ralph Salerno, I remember him as an investigator. Wow. I can't believe he was at this hearing. He was still around. He might even still be alive, this guy, Ralph Salerno. I remember him years later, seeing him on the news and stuff, and specials. Wow.
In the back and in the head. Obviously, his assailant then was, he had his back to his assailant.
It would appear that way, so yes.
So it was in a restaurant.
In the Coney Island section of Brooklyn.
Was the police never able to get any lead on who may have committed the crime?
Not to the point where there was evidence which could be presented to a grand jury.
You didn't get sufficient to present to a grand jury?
No, sir.
You were here yesterday when Mr. Vellecci talked about the shooting of Baker, I believe it was, the fellow who you shot him, with the fellows who were doing the painting. Who was it you shot from there? You didn't shoot him, but who was shot?
Joe Baker.
Baker. You were here when he described that murder, were you?
Yes, sir.
And he said there were 3 painters in there.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering whether or not you had been able to contact those painters.
At this time, sir, no.
Yeah.
No,
Because it seemed this is a pretty hot lead. Painters go on assignment. You could find out from the records of the painting company who they were. They would be able to have some kind of identification of the 3 people described by Mr. Vellecci. The painters saw the murderers, did they not, Mr. Witness?
Oh, yeah. They were
Yes.
there.
I just wondered if you had a report for the committee on that.
No, you see, Senator...
That's pretty fast work, I know that. I wouldn't expect it.
As I have explained, these are all active cases.
Yeah.
In view of the new leads which have been recently made available, these cases are under active investigation now. And because of that, the district attorneys in the counties concerned, there are 5 counties in New York City, they have indicated that they would like us to cooperate with the committee to the extent of identifying the homicides which are spoken of, but they prefer that we do not go into any detail concerning these active investigations at this time, because it might possibly prejudice the case.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Blanchard, why weren't these 3 painters who were eyewitnesses to the murder, why weren't they killed?
We never even dreamed about them, Senator.
In other words, the concentration was on the marked man and nothing else.
That's right. And Joe Baker.
Yes. What is the rule about that in the Cosa Nostra, where you take a contract to kill somebody? What obligation do you have not to kill others that may be with them at the time?
Well, as far as I could talk to Maranzan, he gave us orders all the time. He was always careful about hurting any innocent people. And these painters, it wouldn't figure for them to talk.
How many were killed during this 14-month period of undeclared war and what you term declared war? Do you know how many people were killed altogether during that time on either side or both sides?
Senator, I got the score. The score was we lost 1, and they lost from 40 to 60.
From 40 to 60?
Yes.
From 40 to 60 people killed as a result of this undeclared war and the declared war that followed after the 2 men were killed that identified your group as the killers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
These would be in the other group, the Mazara group.
Well, you always have to call it Massari's group.
Who?
Massari's group.
Massari's, that's the way you pronounce it. Do you know the name of the one of your group that was killed?
Ours, we lost the one in Chicago.
He was?
Joe Aiello.
He was from Chicago.
Yes.
So with the 1931 murder of Joe Massari, Salvatore Marenzano became the boss of all bosses in the New York area. A big 5-day running banquet is held to raise money for the new boss and his soldiers. They raise $115,000, but Valachi says he gets none of it. He resumes his part-time burglary work to stretch the dollar, and then one day is summoned to the boss's home on Avenue J in Brooklyn. Valachi says Marenzano told him he had paid him nothing because he doesn't want to lose him. There is a new gang war coming.
So he told me that we can't get along. He meant he can't get along with Charlie Lucky and Vito and them, and he gave me a list. He says, we got to get rid of these people.
Got to get rid of them.
We got to get rid of them. So on the list was, I'll try to remember as I go along. Al Capone, Frank Costello, Charlie Lucky, Vito Genovese, Vincent Mongo, Joe Adonis, Dutch Schultz, these were all important names at the time.
Some 10 or 12 altogether?
10 or 12, yes. Now he tells me, I forgot to tell you, Senator, there was a rumor passed up in the office a little while before, say a few days before. As I'm talking now, I remember that. Not to come up in the office with any guns. Nobody come up there with any guns because they expect the police up there. I got to talking with some of the members, and I said I didn't like that order. So he said, well, this other fellow, whoever it may have been, he said, what do you mean? I said, I don't know. I says, I'm afraid that they're trying to prepare us to be without any guns. I just don't like it. That's the way I talk. Well, we let it go that way. Now, when he told me about the mattress, and he told me that he was going to have the last meet at 2 o'clock in the office tomorrow.
Now, by mattress, did that mean that you would hole up in the house and just sleep on mattresses somewhere?
Well, you see, that's the way...
Give us a description of what you mean by it.
You see, we were using mattresses, for instance, when they move from one house to another. Now, the purpose of that is you never know when you're going to go in a minute's notice. So they used to use mattresses, but naturally you always had the bedroom. See, that was when I was at his headquarters. That's the meaning of mattress. So that's why I understood. Yeah, did I give it to you clear?
I think so. Go ahead.
So I said, can I talk to you? We called him in Italian, Don Dried. Don Dried means Don Sarato. See? As can I talk to you? Well, he was the kind of a man you could talk to. He wasn't the kind of a man that he thought he was a general and you can't say anything to him, see? As can I talk to you? I said, look, after all, if I lose you, I'm out in the street. I got all reasons to worry. I said, must you go on this appointment? Can't you let Angel Baruso go? I said, if it's this, your last meet, he's not, I gotta go.
You were trying to keep him.
I'm trying to tell him, if this is your last meet, why should you go when the other ones, they usually send the underboss? In other words, I'm trying to tell him, if you got something in mind, why jeopardize yourself for the last time? Well, he's not.
Who was he to meet with?
Vito Genovese and Charlie Lucky at the office on 46th Street.
Whose office?
Madame Zan's office.
He was going to his office to meet them.
Next day.
At 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
All right, go ahead.
So he's telling me about what we're going to do, how big we're going to be, and well, I wasn't interested at Senate at this time, and I feel, as I say, I was away. Now I go back again. I wasn't too happy, but I went along. He told me I should call the office at 1:45.
Were you to be there, meeting there at 2?
No, he told me to call the office.
Call the office?
At 1:45. And that afternoon, I called the office at 1:45, and Charlie Buffalo answered the phone. He said that everything was all right. He said I need not go down. So that day I met, the Gep came around, and he decided to go to Brooklyn. We knew a couple of girls in Brooklyn. I said, it's a good idea. We got nothing to do. We took a ride to Brooklyn. We were away all that day, and we got back in New York about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And we landed in Charlie Jones's restaurant on 14th Street, 3rd Avenue. And while we went in the restaurant, we had the girls with us. When we went in the restaurant, I noticed there was like some guy who walked in and looked us over. He walked out again. Then I noticed another guy who walked in looking us over. I looked at the Gep. He looked at me. And I says, I don't know. So Charlie Jones, which is sort of a businessman, like he ran prop games, he owned dance halls, and he was in that line of business. See? So he moved over to me. He told me, go home. And I walked outside. I looked at the Gep. I said, well, what do you think? He said, I don't know. He says, we'll break it up. I said, all right. I gave the girl some money. I told him to go home, back to Brooklyn. And I went home alone, and I left the Gep down there. So when I rode through Lexington Avenue very slowly, when I reached in Holland, see, in the same place where we used to hang out. And I noticed there was about 6 or 7 boys on the avenue. As I passed by, they whistled at me, but I didn't stop. I kept going. So I went home. I lived about 2-3 blocks away from there. About 10-15 minutes later, 3 of the boys that I proposed and put in were all shot up, but they weren't hit. They only had powder marks.
Powder marks?
Powder marks all over.
They didn't have bullet marks, just powder marks?
Just powder marks.
All right, go ahead.
It's amazing. All 3 were missed. So I said, were you on the corner when they whistled?
What are their names? Do you want to give their names?
Yes. Buck Jones.
That wasn't Charlie Jones now, the one that's on the red.
No,
Buck
that's
Jones. All right.
Piggy Muggins and Johnny D.
Johnny who?
Johnny DeBellis.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I had the newspaper under my arm. I still can't figure it out. All of a sudden, when I went in the house, I was laying on a couch trying to figure out these moves. I didn't even open up the newspapers. Well, when they come in, all of a sudden I happen to look and I see headline, Park Avenue murder. Well, I jumped that. I knew we had the office on Park Avenue. That's the first time I read about Manenzano being killed in his office that afternoon.
So another boss of all bosses was dead and another power struggle had ended. The new boss who emerged at Valachi was Salvatore Luciano, alias Charlie Lucky, and his underboss, Vito Genovese, alias Don Vitone. During the afternoon session, Valachi was questioned more closely about the death of Marenzana. Valachi said his information, secondhand, had come from Bobby Doyle, the one from Hartford.
There was 4 Jews went up there, and they posed as policemen. And he found out. Now, how he found out when he's telling me the story. And they posed as policemen. I said, you remember the time they passed the room with no guns up there? He said, yeah. Remember I was suspicious? He said, yeah. Well, they brought Marenzan in the other room, while the other 2 stood with the crowd. There was quite a crowd up there to talk business. In other words, they posed as police, showed him a badge that they want to talk business with him, you know. So he agreed. But when they got in the other room, Marenzana seemed to have gotten wise. And they intended only to cover him, not to shoot him. And Marenzan went for a pistol. He had a pistol on him. And they were forced to use a shot on him before they cut his throat. So I was running away with it. Now I correct it.
Well, now you said some Jews killed him. Is that right?
What's that? The Jews, yeah.
Who had
well, later on,
dressed as policemen.
They acted as policemen. They posed as policemen.
Posed as policemen.
Right.
And were they members of Casa Nostra?
No.
Well, how did they get into the picture?
Well, they were close. They were very close with Charlie and Vito at that time. That's Meyer Lansky's crew.
They were close to
Vito and Charlie Lucky. They were close with them.
But were they? Did you get any information they were employed to commit this murder?
Well, Senator, they seemed to work together at times. See, they had trouble of their own later on, which I'll explain. And Vito and Charlie helped them when they had trouble amongst themselves.
Valachi testified he learned 6 years later that one of the 4 killers was Red Levine. He said Levine himself told him of the killing. Within a week of that murder, Valachi had switched gangs again, this time joining up with Luciano and Genovese. Valachi returns next week to Capitol Hill. We shall return later tonight for another special.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Okay, now we're going to look at how you should testify. Great stuff, Mob Facts. Beautifully put together. Yeah, 60-something years. Right. Because I'll be 50. I'll be 56, and I was born in 69, so close to 60 years. Right. Okay, hold on now. Let's check this one out, if we can put this one up. how you're supposed to testify. Let's check this one out. Where are we? Where are we? Let's see if we can do this one here. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We got another gem from Mob Facts right here, guys. Here is how you're supposed to testify. Watch this. Here you go.
The subcommittee will be in order.
This is how you're supposed to testify.
Our next witness will be Mr. Nicodemus Scarfo of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Given the amount of testimony introduced before the subcommittee relating to Mr. Scarfo, the subcommittee has deemed it appropriate and necessary to call Mr. Scarfo personally and to provide him with the opportunity to respond to the evidence now before us. Mr. Scarfo's appearance is pursuant to a subcommittee subpoena. Mr. Scarfo, if you would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give before this subcommittee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I will.
Please be seated. I would ask you, Mr. Scarfo, in addition to giving your name and address, that you introduce your counsel.
Mr. Robert Simone.
And where does he practice?
You want him to answer that?
Yes, I would like the witness to answer.
Philadelphia.
Mr. Scarfo, where do you currently reside?
Your Honor, may I make a brief explanation of Mr. Scarfo's current status and position? That I promise it will be brief.
Yes, with the assurance that it will be brief, we will permit it.
Mr. Scarfo is presently here pursuant to the subpoena. I had some communications with counsel for the committee, and at that time, I advised counsel for the committee that Mr. Scarfo would be invoking his rights under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and possibly under the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. The reason for the explanation is this, that Mr. Scarfo is presently involved in an appellate procedure in the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, in which we are contesting the legality of a search of his premises in relation to a case that is pending on appeal. Certain records were taken from a drawer in his apartment, and that search is now the subject of a decision that is pending in the Court of Appeals. It's already been argued. So I wanted to explain why we would be possibly invoking a Fourth Amendment right as well as a Fifth Amendment right. Also, since Mr. Scarfo received the subpoena, certain agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation came with a search warrant to not his home, but the office of Scarf Inc. And you've already heard testimony that Mr. Scarfo spends a great deal of time in there. And with this search warrant, Mr. Scarfo's sister, who lives in the same building, Mr. Scarfo's mother, Mr. Scarfo, and others were not permitted to remain while the search was going on, and they were taken out of the building. We believe, although cannot prove, and we've heard nothing to the contrary, that the place was at that time wired or bugged. And as a result, Mr. Scarfo and myself, as his attorney, believe that possibly his Sixth Amendment right to counsel may have been infringed upon. And I just wanted to explain that to the panel. I understand he also does not have immunity.
No.
He doesn't even have immunity. No immunity. And still check it out.
Yes. First, I confirm that Mr. Scarfo does not have immunity. But we intend to proceed with the questions, and of course, you can take appropriate action, and we will review
AOB, are you still here? AOB, are you still here?
At that time.
When they say he doesn't have immunity, that means he must answer or he can't invoke his amendments. Not having immunity means he had a report, which means he would have gone to jail if he didn't report. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting.
Mr. Scarfo, where do you currently reside?
I can answer that question.
26 North Georgia Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
I invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and decline to answer the question. Want me to continue?
What do you do for a living?
I invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and decline to answer the question.
Do you know Frank Gerace, the president of Local 54 of the Hotel and Restaurant Employee Union?
Same answer, sir.
What has been your relationship with Frank Gerace?
Same answer, sir.
Have you ever discussed Local 54 business with Frank Gerace?
Same answer, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, he's giving this answer, same answer, just to save time, unless you prefer that he read his Fifth Amendment reason.
Are you saying that irrespective of what the question?
No, sir. He'll not irrespective of the question, but when he says same answer, he's referring to his Fifth Amendment right alone.
His Fifth Amendment. Did you know Angelo Bruno and Phil Testa?
Same answer, sir.
What was your relationship with Bruno and Testa?
Same answer, sir.
Do you have any knowledge concerning the identities of anyone responsible for the murder of Angelo Bruno?
Same answer, sir.
Do you have any knowledge concerning the identity of anyone responsible for the murder of Phil Testa?
Same answer, sir.
Mr. Scarfo, why did you maintain the phone numbers of Frank Gerace and Sue Holland in a coded system of records?
I refuse to answer the question on the grounds of the Fourth and Fifth Amendments of the United States Constitution.
Did you know Robert Lumio?
I invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and decline to answer the question.
What was your relationship with Robert Lumio?
Same answer, sir.
Did you ever discuss Local 54 business with Robert Lumio?
Same answer, sir.
Do you know any of the following individuals associated with Local 54? Al Diodone, D-I-A-D-O-N-E, Vice President; Eli Kirkland, Organizer; Carlos Lassane, Grievance Manager.
Same answer, sir.
Do you know Frank Latino?
Same answer, sir.
What has been your relationship with Frank Latino?
Same answer, sir.
Did you ever have any discussions with Phil Testa concerning the appointment of the consigliere for the Bruno family?
Same answer, sir.
Do you know any members of the Genovese or Gambino crime families?
Same answer, sir.
Have you filed income tax returns since 1975?
Same answer, sir.
Senator Rutland?
What if you might tell us about the trial that you underwent in 1980? Just tell us what you were charged with.
You're charged with murder, Joseph Salerno's statement of testimony, and you were found not guilty.
This is unbelievable.
I was charged with murder
Unbelievable.
on the strength of Joe Salerno's testimony, and I was also found not guilty.
I understand that. You were acquitted.
Yes.
Who else was tried with you? Could you tell us that, please? Who are your fellow defendants?
Lawrence Molino and Philip Leonetti, which are also acquitted.
And the name of the deceased again? The man who was killed by someone?
Vincent Falcone.
Say again, please.
Vincent Falcone.
Could you spell that last name, please, just for me?
The fuck? Spell it? The fuck?
Falcone.
And was he a friend of yours?
I invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and decline to answer the questions.
And how old are you, Ms. Scarpa?
53.
And
53, 2
where
years.
were you born?
Brooklyn, New York.
And how long have you been in the business of Scarf Incorporated? How long have you had that business?
I invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and decline to answer the question.
I'm going to ask counsel to have Mr. Scarf advise him again. Did he get your instruction correctly? I just asked him at what time Scarf Incorporated was in business.
Well,
did he understand your?
Yeah, the question presumes something that's not a fact, sir. Mr. Scarfield is not related to Scarf Inc. It's his nephew, Philip Leonetti.
I see.
That was the testimony.
I wonder if you might tell me how long, gentleman on your left, Mr. Simone, has represented you as your counsel.
They are great together, man. Bobby Simone, he's great. Bobby Simone.
4 or 5 years, sir.
And do you own any real estate anywhere at all?
I invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and decline to answer the question.
Well, are you currently employed?
Same answer, sir.
Do you have a safe deposit box anywhere?
Same answer, sir.
And did you see Ralph Natali this morning as he came into the building here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is he a friend of yours?
Same answer, sir.
How long have you known Ralph Natali?
Same answer, sir.
I think the record is replete and complete.
Mr. Scarfo, I have to state very plainly and bluntly that I'm disappointed.
Fuck you, jerk off.
Disappointed that you have answered none of the questions propounded either by Senator Rudman or myself. You have sat here this morning and your name and involvement in matters under investigation by this subcommittee have been prominently mentioned and discussed. And we think it's important that you answer these questions.
Fuck you, jerk off.
Now, the subcommittee is going to be continuing to proceed with these investigations, and we will take your taking the Fifth and other objections under advisement. I admit and recognize that you have a constitutional right to take the Fifth Amendment where it incriminates yourself, but very candidly, in any number of these questions, it's extraordinarily difficult to see why this action is appropriate. This will conclude the questioning of you, Mr. Scarfo. As I said, we will perhaps be back in contact with you. And the subcommittee is in recess until tomorrow morning at
Thank you very much.
10 o'clock.
Sir, your attorney, I need Bobby.
Crazy. We don't show it to you. Oh, man, the city.
Oh, that's S-I-M-O-N-E.
S-I-M-O-N-E in your first name.
Another masterpiece by Mob Facts. Okay, so that's how you're not supposed to testify, right? Now let's go to Mob Facts, the latest one from yesterday. Let's check out what Mob Facts put up yesterday. Here we go. Here we go. Where is it? Is this it right here? I think this is it from yesterday. Hold on a minute. 1 day ago. Okay. So let's check out this one from Mob Facts right here. This is from yesterday. Great stuff, man. This is for the people.
Time is fighting a new enemy. It's the enemy within.
You might call them the me generation of mobsters, men who put themselves before the family. Men like Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano, one-time right-hand man to reputed mob boss John Gotti. Federal prosecutors say Gravano is their secret weapon against Gotti, who's standing trial now in New York City. There have been many others like Gravano, men willing to take a deadly risk by telling family secrets. Chief Correspondent Chris Wallace found out what makes the risk worth it to break the sacred code of silence known as omerta.
This drop of blood symbolizes your birth into our family. We're one until death.
Omerta, the code of silence. This thing of ours. That's it. This means everything.
If you were to ever disavow the oath, then your blood would be shed like the blood that's being shed now.
In effect, if you break the oath that you take, the oath of silence, the oath of loyalty,
you die.
Whether in the movies or real life, the mob takes its oath of silence seriously. When word got out a few years ago that this New York gangster had testified against his boss, John Gotti, the family settled the case out of court.
Bang! The gun went off. 38, pretty loud. And Pat's head went like this.
For a quarter century, Nicky the Crow Caramandi helped enforce omerta. Now wearing a disguise, he told us about his years as a hitman for the mob.
Right. You're on call 24 hours a day. I mean, you never know when they're going to call you to bounce somebody.
I want to show you, because you make it all still sound like a gangster movie. This is the handiwork of these murders. This is what you did.
Yes, I was sitting right next to him when he got it. I tried 17 different times to get him.
I mean, that isn't romantic. That isn't movies. That's
true. That's the way it is. I mean,
that's a bullet in the back of the head.
Two.
Caramandi was the right-hand man to one of this country's most violent mob bosses, Nicky Scarfo of Philadelphia. Scarfo's empire extended to the casinos of Atlantic City. Authorities say he raked in $40 million a year. For Caramandi, life in the mob was sweet.
If it's raining, 50 umbrellas come out. If if you sneeze, 50 handkerchiefs come out. People can't do enough for you. I mean, you have friends that'll kill for you.
You loved it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure I loved it. I miss it. Right now, I miss it. I miss it a lot.
He misses the mob because 5 years ago, he got word Scarfo doubted his loyalty and had ordered his murder. Caramandi went to the FBI and has since testified in 11 trials that brought 52 convictions, including life in prison for Nicky Scarfo.
They move you around a lot.
We met up with Caramandi in a secret location, far from his new home set up by the Witness Protection Program. And he still expressed pain about going to the feds.
To survive, to stay alive. That's the reason I did it.
How did you feel getting up in court and betraying your family?
Terrible. It was very, very, very hard. I mean, I had to face them. They used to sit there and look at me, stare at me.
The enterprise was known as the Scarfo family of La Casa Nostra, this thing of ours.
The humiliation is I can't explain it. It's just an awful feeling. And
you turned stool pigeon.
Right. I became a rat. Exactly.
Caramandi is part of a pack of rats that has turned on the mob. In the past decade, 16 official members and dozens of soldiers in Mafia crime families have cooperated with the government. And perhaps the most damaging, Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano, John Gotti's number 2 man, who may finally bring him down. This is an actual flyer circulating in New York City, targeting Gravano.
Sammy the Bull. He decided, who right now does the government want? Of course, the government would rather have John Gotti than Sammy the Bull. So he decides he's going to make a deal to go against his partner and boss.
Joe Pistone is a former undercover FBI agent and mobster. For 6 years, he infiltrated New York's underworld and helped send more than 100 mobsters to jail. But he says in the old days, there was honor among thieves.
They believed in the values and the traditions. They would never give up anyone in the family. They're dinosaurs now.
the kind of guy who will sit there and do the hard time.
Do the time.
And shut up.
They're a dying breed.
Chicago, 1929, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. A scene captured in countless gangster movies. Scarface Al Capone engineers a vicious rub-out of a rival gang. During Prohibition, Jewish, Irish, and Italian gangsters fought for control of the lucrative bootlegging trade in the tough towns of the East and Midwest. When the smoke cleared in the early 30s, the Italians were in charge and could draw on a steady stream of wannabe mobsters from Little Italies across the country.
They joined it because it was an honored society. They were men of respect. They had reached the uppermost in their profession of criminals.
Ron Goldstock heads New York's Organized Crime Task Force. He says that over the years, the federal government tried repeatedly to crack down on the mob, but could never break the code of silence.
The government today brought out of hiding the first highly placed Cosa Nostra member ever to break its blood oath and tell all about the vast criminal syndicate.
The first crack in mob loyalty came in 1963. In a series of Senate hearings, Joseph Valachi, a soldier in the New York Mafia, violated omerta.
This is the way I burn if I expose this organization.
But Valachi stood alone when he betrayed the family. Over the next 20 years, only one other mob member cooperated with the government. What finally broke the code of silence? First, effective use of the RICO statute, the federal racketeering law. Prosecutors can now go after an entire mafia family for running a criminal enterprise and can put members away for decades. But tougher law enforcement wouldn't mean a thing if there hadn't also been a change within the mob. A new generation of young recruits, less interested in the old traditions, more interested in the fast buck. They're known as the yuppie mobsters.
We were making a tremendous amount of money at one time, and I had boats, and I had planes, and I had several homes. And
You had planes?
Yes. We had a Learjet at our disposal.
Michael Francis planned to be a doctor, but decided he could make more money in the mob. At age 24, he was formally initiated into New York's Colombo crime family. Over the next 10 years, he set up a sophisticated scheme to steal gasoline excise taxes. Over the years, how much money did you make for the mob?
It's hard to estimate. I mean, several $1 million.
There have been estimates of 80 million. It's a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
What'd you do with all of it?
Spent most of it.
Quiet, please, the background. Roll sound.
With money to burn, Francis dabbled in the film business, producing 4 minor movies and even appearing in one. He was dubbed the Mafia Prince. And what is the difference of the yuppie generation of mobsters and the older guys?
I knew a lot of old timers that were content to make their money, put it under the mattress. But the younger guys, such as myself, I mean, wanted to enjoy our life a little bit.
When Francis talks about old timers, he means people like his father, Sonny, the number 2 man in the Colombo family back in the 60s, before he was sent to prison for bank robbery.
He'll have served 21 years in the last 25 years.
21 years?
21 years.
Has he ever once bargained with the feds?
Not one time.
Has he ever talked with any prosecutors?
He wouldn't even think of it.
But rotting in jail was the last thing the Mafia Prince would do. Michael Francis was sent to prison in 1986. He struck a deal with the government and 3 years later went free. You willing to talk to prosecutors again?
If the door is open, if they want to talk, I'll talk.
Now back in prison after more shady business schemes, he's willing to deal with the government again if it will reunite him with his family. No, not his crime family, his wife and kids. You don't have any thoughts at all about breaking this blood oath that you took?
No. I don't believe I betrayed my father. I believe that my loyalty to my family has outweighed that. And I think that my father's loyalty to that oath is antiquated, and I think he's misguided.
What does your father think of what you've done?
Like I said, he would never agree with what I've done.
Attorney Robert Simmels represents members of the underworld. He says yuppie mobsters in prison make a kind of cost-benefit analysis.
Incredible mob facts. Incredible. Yeah, because he doesn't admit it. He doesn't say it. He won't fucking admit it, this guy.
money is the key to the way they have operated their whole lives, and power and prestige. And if they can't have it being a member of the mob, then they'd rather get it by being an author and being free from a long-term jail sentence.
In fact, ex-mobsters are now falling all over themselves to cash in on their lives of crime. In just the past few months, Caramondi's Kiss and Tell, Blood and Honor, and Francise's Quitting the Mob have hit bookstores. And look at Henry Hill, first a best-selling book, then a hit movie. This small-time former Brooklyn mobster has set up what amounts to a cottage industry.
You've made a lot of money as an ex-mobster, haven't you?
I've made some money, yes, sir.
There was the book, Wise Guy. What was your cut from that?
A little over $250,000.
There was the movie, Goodfellas.
$500,000.
And now you're talking about a TV series?
Correct.
What kind of money might you make from that?
It depends upon how many episodes it goes.
You make a fortune as a wise guy. Then when it becomes inconvenient, you flip. And now you're making money telling the story.
I mean, it's a good country, America.
Now that mobsters who turn can not only survive, but thrive, law enforcement officials say the bosses are increasingly vulnerable. That after 60 years, the mob is on its last legs.
The situation in New York is to the point now where no one wants to actually take over, be the boss of a family, because they know they're going to get targeted.
What is the cumulative effect of all of this disloyalty? The infrastructure of the mob is crumbling. In 10 years, the mob is going to be unrecognizable.
The feds say they have got the mob on the rope.
It's never going to die. It's something that just won't die. They're going to nibble the FBI here and there. They're going to do a little damage to individuals, but not to the structure of the mob.
Self-confessed rats like Caramondi think they'll keep living in a kind of limbo, protected by the resources of the federal government, but pursued by an old way of life that still has a hold on them.
As you look back on it, do you feel you did the right thing going to the government?
It's just an awful feeling. Now I got to live in fear all my life, worried about getting whacked, getting shot in the head somewhere. And sometimes I think I was better off if I would have got killed than to live like this.
Good job, man. Good job. I think when we have Joey on after football season, we'll Freddy Krueger sweater. Oh my God. Let's see what else we got up here. So we went over how you should testify, how you shouldn't testify. Let's see Joey Gallo. Where's Joey Gallo? Here's how you do it right here. Another gem from Mob Facts right here. Check this one out. Here we go. Check.
Mr. Chairman. Known as a thug or a hoodlum? Is that the classification or category you'd come in? Proceed.
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
Are you also known as a racketeer and gangster?
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
What labor organization or unions are you now associated with?
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
All right, proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman.
Known as a thug or a hoodlum?
Joey Gallo. Beautiful, beautiful. Who else do we got up here? Okay, what is this? Let me see what else I got up here in my the bag of tricks that I put up here. How do you do this again? I don't even know what I'm doing. Share screen. Hold on. What do I have over here? Here we go. Wait. Check this one out. Here we go. Mob Facts. Here's another gem. Here's another gem. Mob Facts. Where are we?
Witnesses are sworn, so will you please stand, raise your right hand.
Francis.
Do you swear the testimony you will give this subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Would you tell who is accompanying you and in what capacity?
Morning, Senator. My name is Bruce Kelton. I'm attorney for Mr. Franzese.
Yeah, I assume you're not going to answer any questions.
No, I'm not.
All right, Mr. Franzese, if you would proceed with your statement.
Okay, sir. Mr. Chairman, Senator Roth, and members of the subcommittee, my name is Michael Francis. I am here today to testify about the ties between organized crime and professional boxing, a subject which I can discuss based on a great deal of firsthand knowledge since I was involved in both. I was a capo in the Colombo La Cosa Nostra crime family. My father was at one time the underboss. It was through my father that my brother and I got interested in professional boxing. My father was an amateur boxer and maintained a strong interest, both sporting and business, in boxing. He owned interests in several boxers, including Rocky Graziano, and was involved in business deals with several boxing promoters. When I was inducted into the Colombo family on October 31st, 1975, I was assigned initially to Andrew Russo, one of the Capo regimes. Russo is a first cousin to current family boss, Carmine Persico Jr., and at the time of my induction, he served as an acting boss to then family boss, Thomas DeBella. At that time, Russo owned a middleweight boxer named Vito Antifermo, who eventually became the middleweight champion. Myself and other family members were often told in advance what the outcome would be of many of Antifermo's fights. This enabled us to bet successfully on these bouts. On occasion, I was present at Monty's restaurant in Brooklyn when Russo would meet with other managers and fight promoters regarding Antifermo's opponents. The bouts would be arranged and certain family members would be assured of the outcome.
So that's where my question comes in. That's where my question comes in. This is where not only do they make you irate, was he subpoenaed? Like, did he have to do this? Did he have to go and testify against the boxing commission, the boxers? What was his purpose of doing this? He was already a free man, wasn't he? Oh, was this part of his, well, fuck him. He's a douchebag. He's a douchebag. Fuck him. Fuck him. Did he have to come and do this? Was he obligated?
However, when it came time for Vito to fight Marvelous Marvin Hagler for their first title bout at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, we were told the outcome was not predetermined and that we were on our own with regard to any bets we might place. Both myself and Russo and about 10 other Colombo family members attended the fight and the post-victory party. Actors James Caan and Burt Young also attended the party with us, since both are friends of Russo and other family members. I also maintained a business in professional boxing, an interest in professional boxing. In 1982 and 1983, I owned an 8% interest along with an associate in a middleweight fighter by the name of Davey Moore. Owning a fighter did not always result in our acting in his best interests or in the interests of professional boxing. For example, on June 16, 1983, Moore was scheduled to fight Roberto Duran. Davey was not in the best of shape physically, and he wanted to have the fight rescheduled. In fact, the owners were of the opinion that Moore had no chance to beat Duran in the condition he was in. Since betting against him in this case would be a sure win, the decision was made to allow the fight to go on as scheduled. The fight took place, bets were placed, and the outcome was as predicted. Both myself and my associates collected our winnings. While I do not know specific details as to how Moore was able to pass the physical, I was told by my associate not to be concerned about problems with the State Boxing Commission, that everything would be taken care of. Obviously, it was. In 1983, Chet Cummings, a New York boxing promoter and longtime acquaintance of my father's, was approached by Bobby and Victor Guerrera, who used the name Victor Quintana, to help arrange a meeting with Don King for the purposes of discussing the possibility of co-promoting some major boxing events. Unbeknownst to all of us at the time, Guerrero was an undercover FBI agent and Bobby an undercover informant working a sting operation directed at professional boxing. They told Cummings they had a substantial amount of money to invest in this deal. Aware of my father's connection to organized crime, Cummings introduced Guerrero and Bobby to my father with the intention of having him arrange a meeting for the pair with Don King. My father, in turn, introduced them to me. Up until that time, I had never met with King personally, although I had been in his presence on one prior occasion. My father knew I had not met King. However, he knew I would be able to make contact with him either through family connections or through some of my own contacts. I agreed to meet with Guerrero and Bobby for the purpose of arranging a meeting between the parties. At my initial meeting with Guerrero and Bobby, they told me they wanted to launder a great deal of money they had accumulated dealing in narcotics in South America. They assured me, however, that they were no longer in the drug business and that they wanted to launder their money so it could be invested into legitimate businesses here in the United States. In their view, co-promoting professional boxing events was the perfect vehicle for such a purpose, and Don King was the ideal promoter. They figured that co-promoting major events with King could enable them to launder millions of dollars on a single event. Although I had never done business with King in the past, I understood through conversations with other family members that he had no problem working with organized crime guys. Furthermore, I recalled attending a meeting in or about the year 1976 where Paul Castellano, then boss of the Gambino family, and Thomas DeBella, boss of the Colombo family, met with King and berated him regarding certain business dealings. While I do not recall the specific details, I do remember that it involved King's knowing the outcome of fights in advance because he owned both fighters.
He talks about everybody.
I also recall DeBella saying that King assured him that the families would not lose any money on whatever deals they had going together. At subsequent meetings with Guerrero and Bobby, I agreed to arrange a meeting with King. I explained to them that he had connections to a family other than my own, and that protocol would require me to obtain approval from the leadership of that family. The family operated out of Cleveland. They apparently understood. The next step for me was to place the entire transaction on record with the leadership of my own family. At the time, if I recall, Carmine Persico Jr., Colombo family boss, was unavailable due to his imprisonment or to strict supervision he was under from the Department of Probation. In his absence, I met with his son, Alphonse Aliboy Persico, and Joe Tomasello, both of whom were family couples.
I can't believe this testimony.
I was given their blessing to proceed with the deal. Through prior conversations and business dealings with Tom Corky Vastola, a DeCavalcanti family soldier,
Holy
I was
shit, he came over
aware
here
that he had
too?
done business with King in the past. I intended to.
He brought that shit over here too, to Jersey? I never looked at it this far, Mob Facts. He brought that shit right to my neighborhood, right? He brought that shit right to Jersey. What a garbage pail. He went all the way from Paul Castellano out there to Elizabeth, New Jersey over here. What a jerk off. Jerk off.
To use him as a liaison to the Cleveland family to clear the way for the deal to move forward. I arranged a meeting with Vastola and his capo, Jimmy Rotunda, at Gargiulio's restaurant on Coney Island. I brought Guerrero and Bobby with me. Initially, I sat down privately with Rotundo and Vastola and briefed them on the details while Guerrero and Bobby waited at another table. I made it clear to them that I was only able to qualify these men to a point and that the conversation should proceed cautiously regarding the legitimacy of the transaction. Guerrero was then summoned to the table and asked how much money he was prepared to invest. He was told that dealing with King was playing in the big leagues and that King would not be interested in dealing in small change. Guerrero said he had $3 million to invest initially. The amount was satisfactory, and the DeCavalcantis agreed to contact the Cleveland family. Within a short time of the meeting, I was contacted by Vastola and told the Cleveland family approved my going forward. The next step was to arrange a meeting with King, having received the blessings of all the relevant parties. While at the offices of Spring Records in Manhattan, I mentioned to both Roy and Julie Rifkin, who were longtime family friends and business associates in the music industry, that I was going to reach out for Don King. They suggested that I go through the Reverend Al Sharpton, since he often boasted of having a close relationship with King. I knew Sharpton and was aware that he was associated with people in the Genovese family, in particular with family soldier Danny Pagano. I met with Pagano and explained the co-promotion deal. I told him if Sharpton could make it fly with King, that I would cut him in for a piece of the action. Sharpton, in turn, would take care of Pagano and the Genovese family. Pagano said it was fine for me to go through Sharpton. At this point, I anticipated the financial arrangement to add up to a 50-50 split between King and Guerrero. I, in turn, would receive 50% of Guerrero's cut.
He did everything from Castellano to Russo to the DeCavalcantes over here to Don King to Al Slim Shady Sharpton. He's everywhere. He's diming everybody out. He's diming everybody out.
Out of which I would take care of my family in Sharpton. It was my understanding that the Cleveland family would receive a share out of King's end of the deal.
All the way to Cleveland.
I then met with Reverend Sharpton, who had been briefed on the details by Pagano. He agreed to arrange the meeting with King. Prior to introducing him to Guerrero and Bobby, I explained to him that I could only qualify the two co-promoters to a point, and that he should inform King to proceed cautiously if he agrees to meet with them, as if he were talking to FBI agents. Sharpton reached out for King, explained the situation, and King agreed to meet with us all. The meeting took place on January 12, 1983, at King's Manhattan offices. Sharpton, Guerrero, Bobby, King, and myself attended. Initially, I met privately with King. I explained to him that the two were ex-narcotics dealers in South America and that they wanted to launder a substantial amount of money by doing co-promotion deals with him. I explained that they would invest the money and expect a 50% split with him, and that I, in turn, would receive a 50% split of their end. I informed him I had touched base with the Cleveland family on the transaction, and he was aware of that. I also repeated to King what I had told Sharpton, that I could only qualify these guys to a point, and until we can get more comfortable with them, speak to them as if he were talking to FBI agents. We further talked about licensing the promoters in the various states the bouts might be held. I told King they had already acquired a license in New Jersey through a friend of mine. King told me not to worry about licenses because he could get them licensed in any state. I made him understand that my family was very interested in seeing this deal go forward, and that if it proceeded successfully, that I too had a substantial amount of cash to invest in his promotions. King assured me that I should not be concerned about losing money on any family situation. Having made all of this clear between us, we invited everyone in for the meeting. At the general meeting among King, Sharpton, Guerrero, Bobby, and myself, it was agreed that the co-promotion would go forward. The next step was for Guerrero and Bobby to come up with the money. For reasons I am unaware of, the money never came forward. As far as all of the other principals to this deal, including Don King, were concerned, the deal was ready to proceed. As you can see, the preparations for this single deal involved members of 4 organized crime families: the Colombo, the DeCavalcanti, the Genovese, and the Cleveland families.
He just cannot shut up. How do you stop him from talking? He says he never ratted. You can't even stop him from talking. Chicky, he won't shut up. He hasn't stopped. They don't even have to ask him a question. Holy shit.
Along with boxing's leading promoter. The very nature of the sport, the fact that many of its major participants, from the fighters themselves to their managers and trainers to some of the top promoters, have their origins in the streets, makes professional boxing a prime target for organized crime. Due to their backgrounds, it makes it relatively easy in many cases.
They don't have to
for
interrupt
organized crime
him
figures to
once.
deal with
They don't
many
have
of
to
those
stop
people
him for
associated with the
question.
sport.
This is opening statement, right?
Traditionally, organized crime has been attracted to boxing because of the money to be made gambling on fights. It has been able to exert a significant amount of control and influence over the people in control of the sport. In recent years, the attraction has increased due to the huge amount of money that can now be made by controlling major fighters and the rights to promote their events. In my opinion, professional boxing will always hold a major interest for members of organized crime.
You are a jerk.
However, it has been my experience in recent years that organized crime figures are becoming increasingly more reluctant to get involved in enterprises or activities that are in some way monitored or controlled by the federal government. This is due to the great amount of pressure the federal government has placed on organized crime in the past decade and the relative degree of success it has had in prosecuting many family members. Therefore, any federal involvement in boxing is likely to result in less organized crime involvement in the sport.
You guys are hysterical.
I hope
Hysterical.
I have clarified the picture
Can
with
you
regard to
imagine,
my involvement
Casparosa?
and that of the
Can
various
you
organized
imagine?
crime families in professional boxing today.
Unbelievable.
I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
There's no fucking
Mr.
questions after that.
Francesi, when
There's
you
no
first
questions.
met with the undercover team, they told you they wanted to launder drug money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yet the illicit source of their money did not deter you from proceeding with the deal.
That's correct.
You testified that you also informed King during your private meeting that the deal was to be done using drug money that the undercover team wanted to launder through King. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did King object to the illicit source of the money?
No, he did not.
Did King make any specific comment regarding the illicit source of the money?
No.
Did King object to being used to launder illegal drug proceeds?
No, he didn't.
Did he express any reservations whatsoever about doing this deal?
None that I could recall, no.
You testified that you also told King that Guerrero and Barrett were licensed promoters in New Jersey. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right to here.
Do you know how they
Not all.
obtained their New Jersey promoter licenses, and were they obtained lawfully?
I do know how they were obtained. There was Chet Cummings, who I had mentioned earlier, had a connection with a fellow, I believe, by the name of Bob Lee. And he was able to license these fellas for a price. And I know that
So
they
he
paid
comes
to
here.
have this license.
How do you know that?
I was told this from Chet
unbelievable.
Cummings, and I had prior knowledge of other licenses that they were able to obtain.
Now, you said you were a couple in the Columbia family. Are you still organized? Are you still a member of organized crime?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
When were you inducted into the Colombo family, and can you describe your induction ceremony?
I was inducted in 1975. It was Halloween night, and there was a ceremony that I guess it has been described in the past, but was a certain oath that I had to take and a certain procedure that was followed.
Yeah, let me go. I'm going to ask a couple more questions, then I'll yield to Mr. When you were inducted into the Colombo family, as you stated you were, it's my understanding that a person cannot resign from the mob, yet that is what you say you have done. How were you able to accomplish this?
Well, it's true you can't resign from the mob, and I never formally handed in a resignation. I just chose not to be involved anymore and sort of went my own way.
Are you aware of any threats made against you as a result of your leaving the mob?
Yes, I have been made aware of threats.
In your statement, you said that extensive betting occurred by organized crime on the fights of certain boxers because you had inside information. How much money are we talking about being bet on these fights?
Oh, several $1,000s. I remember bets being placed as much as $50,000 to $100,000 on a fight on a single person.
Now, you stated that
I can't believe how much.
Russell,
I can't believe how much he's
one-time
giving out.
acting boss
I
of
can't
the
imagine.
Colombo family, owned boxer Vito Autofermo.
Correct.
Was Russo the manager of record?
I don't believe so, no.
But Russo controlled him and called the shots, even though he was not listed as the manager of record.
That's correct, yes.
Was it well known within boxing that Russo controlled Autofermo?
Yes, it was pretty wide out in the open.
Now, I understand that he has embarked on an acting career. Are you familiar with any of his recent roles?
Other than that of The Godfather 3, no.
What did he play in that role?
I think he was a bodyguard.
Now, in addition to the boxer you identified, can you recall any other boxers who fight you bet on with inside information? What were the outcome of both of these fights and your bets?
Well, other than the Davey Moore fight, and I had certain information on the Jerry Cooney fight when he fought with Larry Holmes, and we were aware of the outcome of that fight in advance.
How did you know that information?
Through direct information from Jerry Cooney.
Did you win a lot of money?
Yes.
How much?
About $30,000.
You stated that you attended a meeting in 1976.
Wow.
Where two organized crime bosses called King on the Carpet. Was that because a boxing match did not turn out as planned, even though King controlled both boxers in the match?
It was something related to that, yes.
And how did King resolve the situation?
Well, by the end of the meeting, I was told.
Unbelievable. Mob facts. I can't believe this is crazy. This is insanity. I got one more. We got one more up here. Let's see if we can play this right here. And this is also a mob facts. Let's check out this one over here. This disgraziato animale. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That objection will be part of the record.
You want me to make my security? Sure.
Okay. Before we bring in the witnesses, let me just get a couple of things straight and get it clear here. The Capitol Police will ensure that no spectators, because of very high security concern during this particular witness's testimony, no spectators will be permitted to stand anywhere in the hearing room during this witness's testimony today. Spectators will be confined to the available seats in the audience. No spectators will be permitted to enter or leave the hearing room during the witness's testimony, and that includes cameras and equipment. Also, no still photographers will be permitted in the well in front of the witness table during the testimony of the witness. We will appreciate everyone's understanding and cooperation in that regard. These are security measures that are essential based on the best information we have. When everything's been secured, and I'll leave that up to our law enforcement people here, then they can bring the witness in.
Introduce the bill and then I'll swear him in. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
okay. If you would remain standing, please. Our first witness is Salvador Gravano. Mr. Gravano is currently in federal custody and cooperating with the government while awaiting sentencing. Mr. Gravano has testified as a government witness in several major trials and will be testifying in additional upcoming cases. Given the sensitive nature of Mr. Gravano's position as a cooperating witness, we have agreed to limit his testimony to matters relating to professional boxing. We appreciate the cooperation of all subcommittee members in abiding by this understanding.
Mr. Gravano, we swear in all the witnesses before this subcommittee, so if you'll hold up your right hand, I'll give you the oath. You swear the testimony you give before this subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. You go ahead. Mr. Gravano, you have an attorney with you today.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John Gleason. I'm an assistant United States attorney in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay.
Chief of the Organized Crime Section, and I'm supervising the criminal investigations in which Mr. Gravano is participating. I've worked with the staff of the subcommittee in facilitating his appearance here today.
We appreciate
He is
that.
represented by counsel. Obviously, it's not me.
Right. Thank you. We appreciate your cooperation. Senator Raw.
Mr. Gravano, would you please proceed with your testimony?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Pull
subcommittee.
that microphone right up and talk directly into it. You can get it right in front of you, maybe tilt it up a little bit where you can speak into it. Take your time and just talk right into the mic.
Okay, thank you very much.
It would have to be a little bit closer. Try again.
How's that?
I think even closer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee. My name is Salvatore Gravano. Early in my life, I was given the nickname Sammy the Bull. I have been in jail since December of 1990, when I was arrested with John Gotti. I was his underboss and second of command of the Gambino family. I have been involved with organized crime since 1968, when I became associated with a guy named Shorty Spiro of the Colombo family. I committed many types of crimes when I was with Shorty, including my first murder. In 1972, I was officially released from the Colombo family to the Gambino family. I became a made member of the Gambino family in 1976. At that time, Paul Castellano was the boss of the Gambino family. In December of 1995, John Gotti, I, along with some others, murdered Paul Castellano. We took over the family. John Gotti became the boss. A couple of weeks later, I became a captain. In 1987, I became acting Gunzlier of our family. I later became the official Gunzlier. In January of 1990, I accepted the position of official underboss, which I held until I began to cooperate with the government in 1991. I decided to cooperate before we, meaning me, John Gotti, and our acting Gunzlier, Frank Locascio, went to trial. I testified in that trial and some others. I'll be testifying at more trials in the near future. As part of my deal with the government, I pleaded guilty to a charge that has a 20-year maximum sentence rather than the life sentence that I was facing if convicted at trial. As part of my cooperation, I told the government about my life of crimes, including the fact that I participated in 19 murders. As a member of our family's administration, I helped John Gotti run the family. My primary responsibility was controlling the construction industry in New York. I did this by working with union officials and companies that were owned or controlled by our family, and by dealing with other families who also controlled certain unions and companies. I have been asked to testify here today about the mob's involvement in professional boxing. I don't know much about what other families have been doing in boxing, but I do know about our family. The Gambino family has basically gotten out of boxing sometime around or before 1960. We were involved in other things that made more money. But I have always had an interest in boxing. I boxed a little when I was in the Army, and I picked it up again a few years before I was arrested. I would go to Gleason's gym in Brooklyn every week and work out. Sometimes I would go a few rounds with other people who trained there. I often attended fights in New York and New Jersey, including the Mike Tyson-Larry Holmes fight in 1988 in Atlantic City, which I attended with John Gotti. I got to know a heavyweight named Ronaldo Snipes and his manager, who I knew as Sal. I tried to set up a fight between Snipes and Francisco Damiani, who was the undefeated European and WBO heavyweight champ. Damiani was with an organized crime family in Italy. Since our family had close ties with the Italian family, I was able to set up a meeting with Damiani's people. They came to New York and we discussed the possibility of a fight with Snipes. At that time, Damiani was already scheduled to fight Ray Mercer. One of the things I did to try to arrange a Damiani Snipes fight was to reach out to set up a meeting with a guy who was in charge of boxing for Donald Trump. I believe his name was Mark Edis. Snipes, his manager Sal, and I met with this Mark in Atlantic City. He told us that a fight between Damiani and Snipes would sell. Mark thought it would be even bigger if Snipes had a high ranking with one of boxing's sanctioning bodies. Joe Watts, who was an associate in our family, told me that he had someone in Las Vegas who could help us get a ranking for Snipes. Watts arranged a meeting for me with Joey Curtis, a boxing referee in Las Vegas. Joey Curtis has once visited our club, the Ravenite Social Club
Unbelievable.
in New York City.
Why does he have
So
to?
I went to
Why does he have to
Las
ruin
Vegas
this guy's
with
life?
two of my friends and our wives after we had.
So what does this have to do with any fucking thing? He's got to ruin the referee's life too. You're a jerk off, a jag off, and the people don't know enough. And shows like this and clips like what Mob Facts puts together gets this shit out there. This is the stuff you don't hear. Why does he have to ruin the referee's life? You're a jerk off. It's unfucking believable. They just can't stop talking once they start talking. It's unreal.
At dinner with Curtis, I took him aside and asked him if he can get Snipes moved up in the rankings. Curtis said he could move Snipes up in the rankings of the World Boxing Council, which is based in Mexico. Curtis said that this would cost $10,000, but because it was a favor for John Gotti, he might be able to get it done for about $5,000. My idea all along was to use Damiani.
Octavia Grace, I'm going to explain to you something real quick. The show that started 4 hours ago that I'm going to edit later was, if you see the title right there, Mafia Rat and a co-host. How can you do it? How can you collab with these people? How can you sit across from these people to make yourself a YouTube star? Where you going? Make yourself a YouTube star? You got to be a jerk off. You got to be an absolute jerk off. Call yourself a what do they call themselves over here on the YouTubes? What do they say? They are journalists. Yeah. Sit across from these animal disgraziados. I just can't. So Octavia Grace, I don't know. This show just came together today without me. I came up with this topic last night. Mob Facts posted something this morning. I reached out to Mob Facts, gave him a hit. I said, you mind if I share some content today? He said, you never had to ask. And 4 hours later, here we are. And the beginning of the show and the end of the show all come together. But this is unbelievable.
Snipes fight as a setup fight to get Damiani a big payday against Mike Tyson. My plan was for Snipes to have a high ranking and then make it look good, but lose to Damiani. I never discussed this with Snipes because Damiani lost to Mercer, which put Damiani out of the picture for a major fight. I'm sure that we would have had no problem in convincing Snipes to lose. Another boxer our family has an interest in is Buddy McGirt, who recently lost
God,
to
he's got to mention
WBC
Buddy.
welterweight.
I don't know if Don King is a rat. I know Al Slim Shady Sharpton is a rat, I believe, right? Isn't Al Slim Shady Sharpton a rat? I don't know about Don King being a rat. He's a sleazy motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I could be wrong. Mob Facts, and you would know too, but I'm not sure about King being a rat. I don't think he's a rat. You got to look into that. I think that I know Al Slim Shady Sharpton is a rat. Yeah. Oh, Don King is a rat. And he's sick and on hospice care. Is he really? Wow. What did Don King rat on? Interesting. Didn't know that. Oh, okay, guys. We didn't know. I didn't know. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right. That's right. Yes. I remember now. Sharpton, definitely a rat. I can't. This YouTube makes some beautiful things. I love it.
Title. His manager is Al Cerdo, who is a Gambino family associate. Al Cerdo is with Jojo Carrazzo, who is a made member of our family. I know Al Cerdo is with our family because Jojo put it on record with his captain, Peter Gotti. Also, a beef came up between our family and the Buffalino family about who McGurk was with.
So we had to go to
Eddie
Buffalo.
Scandria, the Gonzalier of the Buffalino family, complained to John Gotti that the Buffalinos had a piece of McGurk. Gotti told me to arrange a meeting with Scandria and Jojo to resolve the beef. I actually had several meetings with Jojo and Scandria about this. Jojo said that he had paid Scandria some money to walk away from McGurk. But now Scandria wanted back in because McGurk had done well and was getting bigger purses. After hearing both of them, I recommended to John Gotti that Jojo was right and that McGurk should stay with Jojo and our family. Eddie Scandria was not satisfied with my decision and kept coming back for more meetings. I got tired of meeting with Scandria about this, but out of respect for his position and age, we had Frank Locascio, who was part of our administration, continue to talk to him. But our position never changed. Cerdo and McGurk stayed with our family. I should point out that the person who was really with us was Al Cerdo. His relationship with Jojo Carrazzo is how we had a piece of McGurk. McGurk is a fighter, and although Cerdo brought him by the club once to introduce him to some people, it wouldn't really be fair for me to say that he was an associate of organized crime. But Cerdo was with us, and that gave us our interest in McGurk. Our family was not the only family in boxing. Although I do not know the details, I know several other families are involved in boxing in some way. But you should know that our involvement in boxing has changed from the way it used to be. A lot of people think that organized crime makes its money by fixing fights and betting on the winner. That really doesn't happen anymore. The prices have gotten so big, it doesn't make sense to fix a fight in order to collect a bet. While we would consider fixing a fight in order to set up for a big payday fight, like I had in mind for Damiani, the money is in the purses, not in the betting. Besides, boxing is a risky business for bookmakers. You couldn't bet big money on a fight even if you wanted to. So the interest today is getting a piece of a successful boxer. Until a boxer reaches a certain level, there is not much money to be made because the purses are small. But once a boxer becomes successful, the family...
I think he slanted his accent over here to make him sound a little more, how do you say it? I think he tried to fake educate himself here. I think he tried to put a little fake intelligence on for this committee. But he's like Michael. He doesn't stop talking. Who said it before about the opening statements? I mean, this is the Bible. What the fuck? This is big. How long? He doesn't want to stop talking, this motherfucker.
that has him can profit from that success. Now, because of the size of the purses have gotten so big over the past 20 years, organized crime is more and more interested in getting back into it. At this time, I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have about organized crime and boxing.
Thank you, Mr. Gravano, and I'll ask you just a few questions and then turn to Senator Roth and my colleagues. You state here that you, quote, you couldn't bet big money on a fight even if you wanted to, end quote. What do you call big money?
I would imagine from anywhere from 40, 50,000 and up.
You can't place bets any larger than $30,000, $40,000 on a fight today?
Not with bookmakers in the street, no. They probably wouldn't take that kind of action.
And has that changed over the years? You could bet big money in the past and can't now, or what?
Yes, years ago, the person.
For me, 15, 20,000 was the largest I would ever take through my packages. 15 to 20,000, and it would only be from a businessman. I would never take that kind of action from a street guy, from a degenerate. I would have to have it from somebody that was that had a big business. You know, if you're a bookmaker, you might have a few of these guys in your package. They're very hard to attain. I'm telling you from experience, when I was doing this stuff, it's very hard to attain a good customer as a businessman. Very difficult.
because the businessmen, they typically get comfortable with a bookmaker, and they like a humble one, which was me. Obviously, I never gambled in my life. I was a bookmaker and never gambled $1 in my life. So I had some good businessmen, but even those guys, 15, 20,000, and they appreciated sometimes you keeping them down because they're also degenerates. They don't even know, but they're degenerates. But if they are comfortable with you and not addicts like a crackhead, they will respect it and they will actually appreciate it. You're keeping them in check, so to speak, but they're getting their gamble on the game. So for me, the highest would be 15, 20,000, Chicky, on somebody that owned a good business. That's the way I would do it. Right? So he's kind of right. And when you're dealing with degenerates, you don't want to take that kind of action. Yes, next Saturday we'll do more Saturday morning stuff. Yes. Yep.
Were rather small, and they would filter out the betting, and they were more likely to get the bet in years ago than they are today.
Why is it that bookmakers won't take big bets on fights today? Do they worry about the fights being fixed? What are they worrying about?
Getting burned.
They worry. I would imagine they worry about fights being one-sided. I don't know as far as being fixed, but some of the fights are total mismatches, and they really wouldn't want to get involved in the action of it.
And there's no way to establish odds. Is that right? When you got a mismatch?
Well, they do, but they won't take big money. They'll take small money, 1,000, 2,000, maybe 5,000, maybe even 10,000 if you find a fairly large bookmaking operation. But I really don't believe that they would go overboard in with bets on.
When did that change? What time period? And what caused it to change?
I
They've
would
always
imagine,
been one-sided fights, have they not?
but I would imagine that they walked away. When organized crime walked away from the boxing industry, I believe our betting slowed down. I believe the whole thing stopped in that area.
When did organized crime walk away from the boxing industry?
Oh, boxing, yeah.
In the time when Rocky Marciano and people like that were involved, our people, meaning mob people, were involved, and we had closer ties to boxing, and I would imagine there was a lot more betting and a lot more situations. Bookmaking and bookmakers, I think, became a little more sophisticated. There's even some tracks, horse betting races, and some tracks that they would stay away from and they wouldn't take action on. There was also some games that they wouldn't take action on, but they might take action on, if you wanted to call a knockout, which round or something like that, which would make the bet very, very hard and complicated.
Prop bets today, as they're known as prop
And
bets.
what were the ventures that were so profitable that organized crime basically decided to walk away from boxing after the Marciano era? What things shifted in organized crime then? Was that when organized crime started getting into narcotics, or what were the things that were so lucrative that organized crime lost interest in boxing?
I believe at that time, organized crime became more sophisticated. We got into unions, construction
at that point,
shipping, garment, garbage, and they became a lot more lucrative than the boxing industry. Prices were very, very small.
Would that have been in the 1950 time frame, 50s,
50s, 60s? And we reached Raymond Patriarca from a New England family. As far as Ronaldo Snipes, he was close to me. I don't really know who asked him at that particular point.
Thank you very much. Senator Roth.
In answer to a question to the chairman, you stated there were certain people in boxing who you thought you could reach, and that's one of the reasons you went back into boxing. Who were those people that you thought you could reach?
Well, in some of our conversations, when we tried to set up the fight with Ronaldo Snipes and Damiani, to reach Donald Trump, we reach an entertainer. His name is Jimmy Roselli. Jimmy Roselli has a brother-in-law who's a heavyweight gambler and gambles in Atlantic City. And we use that resource to get to a Donald Trump.
Unbelievable.
We know that
Fucking believable.
a Lou Duva was
Unreal.
close to people in the Genovese family. I really don't know if he's with these people, but we do know that he has relationships with some of those people, and we would be able to reach him. Marvin Hagler was very, very close with the Petrocelli brothers. We believed that one of them might even be a made member of one of the New England families, but they were his trainers, and we would be able to reach them. At one point,
he says, wait.
We reached out for Don King, who gave us a message back that he had problems with the government and problems with taxes, and he didn't think it was the right time to meet. And we reached Raymond Patriarca from a New England family who would reach a Cleveland family.
Yes, he did.
And they had access to
right.
Don King, seemed like some control over Don King. And they would explain to him at the next request to meet him for John Gotti and myself that it would be in his best interest that he would meet with us. And we knew that Nicky Scarfo had some interest in some fighters and other families around the country. There's a guy named Andrew Russo who was a captain in the Colombo family.
What the fuck? Why? They're not asking all this. Why? Jerk off. Why?
So knowing this base knowledge, we felt that if we went back in, some of these places is areas that we could have got into. When I met with Joey Curtis in Las Vegas, he told me that he knew Steve Wynn personally and asked me if the Ronaldo Snipes Damiani fight would come off. Maybe we could even talk with Steve Wynn. So
now he's got Wynn and Trump.
I did realize that we were able to reach different areas and different people.
Now, you've used the term with, reach, made. Can you explain exactly what you mean by the terms when you say you testify about being with a particular organized crime family? What does that mean generally and specifically? Let me ask you that first.
Well, when you're with an organized crime family or a made member in a family, the made member goes to his captain and puts you on record that you're with him and our family. His benefits, whatever connections, like I had just mentioned, we have, he can have. If any other family within the country, or out of the country for that matter, would ever try and move in on him, muscle in on him, it couldn't happen. He was already on record as being with us. And he would be under our protection, our umbrella, so to speak.
But he wouldn't be made.
Listen.
No.
Listen, let me tell you, let me drop something in here real quick. My mob facts is in here too. When Sammy went away, when Sammy went bad, JG was moving the power over here to Belleville. The power was coming over here to Belleville because John Gotti Sr. did not know the depth of Sammy Gravano's impact. So he was considering moving that power over here to Belleville because he did figure that Sammy was going to destroy New York. So he moved the power over to Bobby. He was considered, it didn't happen because I'll tell you why. He was considering moving that power over here to Bobby Gabert, to the Belleville crew, right here, right where I'm at, right? A couple of blocks from me. Because he loved Bobby Gabert. John Gotti Sr. loved Bobby Gabert. And he was moving the Gambino power over to Belleville because he did figure that Sammy's going to destroy New York. Not knowing a few weeks later, Sammy's over here in Newark
or wherever he was, federal court, and he put Cabert away. He put the Belleville crew away also. So he got Cabert, the captain of Belleville, to die in the cage, and John Gotti Sr. to die in the cage. But good things did happen, I must be honest with you, when JG took over. When Gotti took over, when John Gotti Sr. took over, things were well over here in this area. A lot of guys got a lot of good things happening over here, for a time. And then he just destroyed everything.
A made member is another stage when a man, after a period of years, is with somebody and is brought into a meeting and is given the oath and becomes a made member.
He's a full member, in other words.
He's a blood member.
A blood member.
Yes.
And what do you mean by the word reach?
Well, reach. If we don't know Donald Trump himself, we have ways to reach him, and it's just a term I'm using. In other words, we would use Jimmy Roselli or Jimmy Roselli's brother-in-law, or Bobby Sasso, who controls 282 Union in New York, and Donald Trump obviously does a lot of construction, and if Bobby Sasso, the president of 282, the Teamsters, who is with our family, would reach Donald Trump and tell him that we were interested in a meeting with him. When I say we, I don't mean me or John Gotti. I don't know if Trump would meet us, but it would open the door for a meeting with Snipes' manager or Damiani's manager or whoever we put in front of this thing to make it look legitimate. After a while, myself and John Gotti and people like us would probably take a back seat to somebody who's a little bit cleaner.
Now, you said you know that McGirt is with the Gambino family because Carrozza put it on the record with Peter Gotti. What does it mean to put something on record?
Well, when a man is a made member, he goes to his captain, which is his supervisor right above him. He goes to him and he puts it on record with him on what he's doing, what businesses he has, who he has with him. This goes on record with his captain. His captain will bring it up to the administration. So ultimately, the boss has a good idea what the family has in many different industries, what contacts, who has within the family, so that if I wanted to get into boxing or if we wanted to get into boxing, we would know immediately that we can call for Pete Gotti to send for JoJo. We know we would be able to get Al Cerdo and Buddy McGirt through that avenue. If a different captain, let's assume, I'm just using this as an example, was close with a Lou Duva, we would reach that captain to reach a Lou Duva. But ultimately, the boss and the administration would know who has what. It's just a matter of putting it, that's what we mean by putting it on record.
You mentioned Peter Gotti. Who is he?
Peter Gotti is John Gotti's brother, but more importantly, he's a captain within our family.
Now, is it possible that Buddy McGirt did not know that part of his earnings were going to organized crime?
It's very possible, Senator.
Very possible.
Yes.
Now, you testified that several meetings were held to settle a dispute between the Gambino and Buffalino families concerning who owned parts of boxer Buddy McGirt's contract. I'd like you to watch an FBI surveillance videotape from November 15, 1989, and identify, if you can, the three individuals shown on this tape. You have to look, I think, at this screen here.
Again in slow motion, but
Do you want me to answer, Senator Huso?
Yes, if you would, please.
The one in the middle, I believe to be Eddie Scandria. The one on the right is me, and the one on the left is Jojo Carrazzo.
Now, these are the individuals who were involved in the dispute concerning which one owned part of McGirt's contract. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the location shown by this videotape?
That's Mulberry Street, Manhattan. It's the Ravenite Club, which is the headquarters for the Gambino family, one of the headquarters for the Gambino family.
Now, why were you out walking rather than inside of the club discussing the matter?
Of course, we believe that the FBI had electronic surveillance in a lot of different areas. So when we talked, we usually took what we called a walk talk. We didn't believe it would be picked up by electronic surveillance.
Was
or
this
cameras, for that matter.
Was this one of the meetings concerning which organized crime family owned a piece of McGirt's contract?
Yes, it was.
Now, how do you know that this particular videotape depicts one of the McGirt meetings?
I've never met with Eddie Scandria about anything other than McGirt before or after.
So that was the only meeting you had with?
The only
Scan-
meetings I had with him pertained to Al Serto and McGirt.
Now, did John Gotti tell you why he decided that McGirt belonged to the Gambino organized family crime?
He believed it belonged to our family on my decision by overhearing Jojo Carrazzo and Eddie Scandria. Hearing the story, I advised him that he belonged with our family, and that's how he based his decision.
In other words, John told you that Jojo paid Eddie to walk away from McGirt?
No, in meeting Jojo Carrazzo had told me that he had paid, at one time earlier, Eddie Scandria was involved with Buddy McGirt. And they both were involved. And at one point, they weren't getting along, and Jojo Carrazzo paid, I believe it was $5,000.
Does anybody know what year this is?
Eddie Scandria to walk
Mob
away.
Facts, do you know what year this
They
is?
weren't getting along, and Eddie Scandria seemed to be happy to take the $5,000 and walk away. Time after that, he seemed to be doing very, very well in boxing. Status was building, the purses were building, and he seemed to come back into play and wanted to be involved. He admitted that he did take money, but he said that he took the money from old monies that would do. Jojo showed the purses that he fought for, and there really, really was no money involved. And there's no way he could have paid $5,000 or better for backed up money, which came to hundreds. And I believed Jojo was telling the truth. And this is what I told John.
Now, you stated in your opening testimony that you were released by the Colombo family to the Gambino family. What did you mean by that?
Well, in that time, I wasn't a made member. I was on record. I was on record. I was an associate of the Colombo family. I wasn't a made member, and I was put on record with their family. Once you're on record, you belong to that family, and it takes an official release from that family to for you to leave.
Thank you. My time is up.
Senator Cohen or Senator McCain? Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gravano, for your testimony. It's very interesting. In part of your testimony, you talked about a referee named Joey Curtis that could move Sipes up in the World Boxing Council rankings.
Yes, sir.
And that's the outfit that's headed by Mr. Jose Solomon, I believe.
I really don't know who heads that organization.
You are a fight fan, though.
Yes, I am.
And have you noticed in the past on other occasions that someone has moved up in the WBC rankings in time for a fight, and then that person disappears or drops way down again? Have you seen that happen before?
Well, it's common knowledge. I'm not surprised by it. I don't really follow that part of it, but it's basically common knowledge that
They're
it can be done.
declassified. They're
I wasn't
declassified.
sure at that point which sanctioning body did it because I really wasn't involved. Joey Curtis made me aware of this sanctioning body. I don't really know if any other sanctioning body.
It's called
does it or not.
declassified.
But it was
They
common knowledge
declassified
that
the
it could be
bugs.
done.
Yeah, it's not something that's a major secret.
If you mentioned two names, Vito Antifermo and Marvin Hagler, as both having mob ties, or have their people having some connection.
That's
Is that
disgusting.
correct?
Yes.
Fucker,
They
you
both fought
motherfucker.
a couple of fights, so that might have been
You're a garbage pail.
interesting. Could I ask you a couple of other names? Emmanuel Stewart, any connection there?
I know the name, but I don't know of any connection with him.
Mr. Duva?
Mr. Lou Duva, I understood to be with, or close with anyway, people in the Genovese family. If we were going to go back into boxing, we would be able to reach people in the Genovese family. We would probably reach their boss, who was Chin, and find out what could be done. We never got to that point.
And Mr. Don King, you mentioned earlier, had been approached, but had been negative in response. You have no other information about his connections?
I know earlier on, a lot of years ago, this is before John Gotti and myself took over the family, that Don King had reached out for Paul Castellano, and Paul Castellano didn't want to meet with him for whatever reason. So I knew he was around. I knew he had some ties. And when we were considering Snipes and Damiani, we were considering a possible conversation with him for promotional reasons, for obvious reasons. I mean, he literally just about controls a good part of boxing.
Which brings me, but the connection with either Mr. Wynn or Mr. Trump you don't know of no direct connection, except that they did have to do business with these individuals that control the majority of the best fighters. Is that
right? They've done nothing wrong as far as I know, and they're not with anybody as far as I know. They're just in that business, and they would have to deal with people. We would have to reach the people that they would have to deal with in order to talk with them.
good? I think it's important to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, about some of these individuals. We don't want to tar people with a brush here. You said in your statement that in the case of the Ronaldo Snipes Damiani fight, you said, I'm sure that we would have had no problem in convincing Snipes to lose. Well, why do you make that statement, Mr. Gravano?
I myself was very close with Snipes. Snipes was broke at that particular point. If we were able to set up a big payday fight, I would have told him that there was X amount of dollars in a purse. I probably would have approached him with some cash under the table. And he was shunned by Don King. He was on the outskirts. He couldn't get any more fights. He was just about over the hill at 30 some odd years old. And I believe I had enough of a relationship with him to convince him in that respect. And if he would have agreed, I'm sure he would have lived up to it.
At the end of your statement, you say now because the size of the purses has gotten so big over the past 20 years, organized crime is more and more interested in getting back into it. Do you have any specifics of that interest?
Well, for a long time, it wasn't even talked about. And through the years, it was becoming more and more talked about. Again, with Lou Duva and names like that within the industry, it popped up. I wasn't really in the boxing
So many names in here
industry.
today.
It was more of a hobby to me, and I heard it on the outskirts. My expertise in the Gambino family was in construction, and I dealt with that. But as the purses got bigger and bigger, not only did John Gotti and myself start to look at it, but I'm sure in conversations that I've had with people, more and more people were looking at it.
Yeah, you're right. At these big fights, you'd have the opportunity to see many friends and adversaries?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
McCain, Senator Cohen.
Just a couple of follow-up questions with respect to Mr. Snipes. You indicated that you were sure that had Snipes given his word, he would have lived up to it.
Yes.
Right. And what deterrent do you have if they don't live up to it? Let's suppose he got in the ring, he felt pretty good, and suddenly victory is a couple of punches away, Does he take a look out into the ring and decide that he sees you there, or maybe John Gotti or somebody else, and even though he smells victory and the other fighter may have unintentionally walked into a roundhouse punch, what deterrent exists, either expressly or implicitly, to make sure that someone lives up to an agreement?
I believe our whole background, John Gotti's and mine, our reputation.
That's where we're at. That was great stuff. There's more. There's hours. We can go all day with this stuff, but it's just crazy. Mob Facts. Man, you got some great stuff there. I got to tell you, you got some great stuff there. Really, really incredible. That was something. That was something. We spent 4.5 hours on this live today. 4.5 hours with great stuff. With great stuff. I want to see if we can show this little clip here before I go out. We're going to show 2 more things, and then we're going out with a song. Let's just show what it once looked like on Mulberry Street. Now, keep in mind, I'm 17 minutes from here. This is what it looked like once upon a time on Mulberry Street.
May I stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash your world? May I stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash your world? Did I hear a thunder? Did I hear you pray? I can't quite remember just what guided me this way. Oh, yeah, stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash of the World, Mr. Crash of the World. May I stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash of the World. The pines, they often whisper. They whisper, but no tongue can tell. He who drinks from the deep water, may he know the depths of the well. Stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash your world. May I stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash of the World. Oh, traveler, what have you seen? Were there crossroads? Where you been? Where you been? I once was standing tall. Now I feel my back's against the wall. Stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash of the World. May I stand unshaken amid Mr. Crash of the World. When it comes to me, as you once did, but I could not see. Am I the wonder as a wayward soul?
Norman DuPont doing life for a senseless murder. A senseless murder. Okay, we're going to go back to one more thing. This is how you're supposed to talk. We're going to do one more thing. Hello, Johnny. Mob Facts, we got to throw this back up again because this is how you're supposed to act in court right here. Let's do it again. One more time.
Known as a thug or a hoodlum? Is that the classification or category you'd come in? Proceed.
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
Are you also known as a racketeer and gangster?
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
What labor organization or unions are you now associated with?
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
All right, proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman.
Known as a thug or a hoodlum?
And that's how you testify, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you do it. Guys, I'm going out with a song. I feel it's right. I just feel that I should play this song on the way out. This isn't a monetized show today. This was 4.5 hours of Saturday morning cartoons. Just 48 hours. I'm sorry, 4.5 hours of Saturday morning. I don't know. Remember Saturday mornings used to watch wrestling. Maybe about 45 minutes. Soul Train will be coming on. Right. Listen, hold on. You'd have the transistor radio with Casey Kasem, right? Remember the transistor radio? Casey Kasem will be playing, right? On 770. That's what you had. You had the transistor. Yes, I do still have a transistor. Yes, it's 1954 over here, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, I got the transistor radio. So we did a 4.5 show, Mob Facts. Tremendous, Mob Facts. I'm glad I reached out to you this morning. I'm glad we communicated this morning. Thank you for letting us, you were with us. It was great. Okay, we're going out of here, guys. Tommy Stigs, I'm checking out with this jam right here. This is to John Gotti Sr., okay? This is the song for John Gotti Sr. We got to go out with this. I mean, when you're doing all of this stuff, yeah, I'm officially give a compliment. Good show. I want to document it for future reference. Mob Facts is something else. He let us use all that content this morning. You see, that's good people right there. That's how YouTube grows. That's how things work, right? Yep. Mob Facts, salute. I remember when you had 1,600. Wow, that's wonderful. Wonderful. All right, guys. This is for John Gotti Sr. All right, we're going out with this one for the boss. All right, we're going out with this one for the boss who did more for many people than many people know. Listen to me. Many people do not know the impact that John Gotti Sr. had on regular type folks, on good people. I'm telling you from experience, okay? I got to rock and roll. We're going with this jam right here for John Gotti Sr. Bless you, sir. Rest in peace. I'll see all of you guys a little bit later. Wait, where is it? Let me put it up there. Sing it. Take it. Here we go. We're going to end the telecast right after this. Thanks for hanging out with me on this Saturday morning. Tommy Stigs wishing you all well. Ciao. For now.
Must we say goodbye each time we part? My heart wants to die, darling, hear my prayer, God me up fair. I'll be your love till the end of time. Color me, oh, why must we say goodbye? Each time we part, my heart wants to die. Darling, hear my prayer. God of me up there. I'll be your love till the end of time. La 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 la, oh, oh. Each time we fall, my heart wants to die. Darling, hear my prayer. God of me up there. I'll be your love till the end.